finished second and third respectively. Bav Patel on debut, Reece Robinson and Richard North. But this group, all the players that we just saw and the debutant in Jacob Gwyn, a guy I actually know quite well, a Yorkshire player, and he wants to follow in the footsteps of Tom Sykes, who not only won his week but reached a grand final. It's
inspiring. And when there's someone you know and someone quite local to you, it can be very inspiring to see that pathway. We've seen it many times. If you remember Joe Cullen, the UK Open many years ago when Devon Peterson reached the quarterfinals, said, well, actually allowed him to see that the pathway is there and actually it's achievable to get to the latter stages. And look where Joe Cullen's gone now in his career. A lot of the time, just having someone in front of you just show you that it's not a closed door. Darts isn't. You don't need somebody's opinion. You don't need a manager. You don't need to be selected for something. This is a game purely on meritocracy, and whoever plays better gets those positions. So to see somebody do that in front of him, it's certainly going to be a good thing for him. Yeah, for me it looks like it could be a close group, but let's see what the bookies think in terms of the outright winner of it. They've gone with Jamie Kelling, Adam Mould second favourite, Adrian Gray third, Lisa Ashton the big outsider. Thoughts on all of those players? Can you see any value there? There's a lot of value. There really is a lot of value. I think they've gone a bit tight on Jamie Kelling. I think 13-8 is a bit short, so I wouldn't be looking there. Adam Mould 11-4, great value on the basis of what we've seen so far. But if I had to pick one, I'm going with Adrian Gray on this one. A very experienced player, plays a lot of darts, not quite playing the level which we saw when he was at his best, when he was beating Phil Taylor in the World Grand Prix. But he's always one of those dangerous customers. He's got a pace that's awful to play. And I just think that he could be the man to take this group. Possibly, and he did get through Group C last time he was here. Right, let's have a look at the bet builder for today. Then this is a combination of the most popular bets on the exchanges, and they've gone for Gwyn to the most 180s against Lisa Ashton. That might be a dangerous play. I know that you went against Ashton on the 180s and she made you pay. And I'd probably do it again, because we just don't know what Lisa Ashton's going to do. She does have quite thick barrels, so hitting 180s is something that she's not prolific on at the best of times. Yes, she had a good day on them yesterday, but the other thing is she switches away quite a lot, and if she starts feeling a bit tight in the arm, which we know she's got this injury, and as the week goes on, maybe it's going to plague her a little bit more. We've seen her play whole matches down on the 19, so I can understand why that one's quite a strong play today. Yeah, that's the first selection, and we'll just take a quick look at the other two selections there as well. So the first leg checkout to be under 41.5. Again, that may be them looking for value in that match between Verbrugghe and Ashton, and then Timothy Verbrugghe against Jamie Kelling. Kelling to get the win at 4-6. The whole thing pays just over 6-1. What do you think of that? I'd lay against that today if it was a choice of back or lay. I think Jamie Kelling's probably been a bit overestimated in terms of the odds throughout the day. Yes, he's a quality player. He's won a week here before, but we've also seen him have the other side where he's really struggled here on weeks before. So I'd like to see him play a couple of games first before getting too stuck into those. So maybe the value is going against. Yeah, and if you are going to have a bet, please do so responsibly. BeGambleAware.org for more information on safer gambling, and it is, of course, 18 plus. So in terms of winning this group, you think potentially Adrian Gray gives us another game that you think, another name, that you might think is joining Shane McGurk at finals night? You love my predictions, don't you? So I'm going to give you two. I'm going to give you the two names that I'm going to go through. I'm going to go with Adrian Gray. I'm going with Adam Mould. There we go. Matt's made his predictions. It's time for us to get the action underway then in this group. Lisa Ashton will take on Jacob Gwyn on his debut here at the MODUS Super Series. I had a little chat with him earlier this morning. Jacob, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. Just tell us how you feel coming here for the first time.
Yeah, good. Just I'm a unicorn, which has been a new experience. Changed equipment and what have you recently in terms of flights and stems and what have you. So just getting used to everything, but I'm feeling good.
Things are going well for you at the moment. Some good stuff on the development tour. Is this the next sort of logical step in your progression?
Yeah, the next step, definitely, hopefully. I mean, obviously, you've got the likes of Tom Sykes coming from Yorkshire. I've seen what he's done. So to emulate something like that would be great.
Does that give you some inspiration, having seen Tom Sykes not only win a week, but get to the grand final?
Yeah. He's a good mate of mine. Had a few games, tough battles over the years, and I know I'm capable of doing the same, so we'll see what happens.
First chance for our viewers to get a look at you, so just tell them a little bit about yourself, where you're from, what you do away from darts.
Yeah, I work for the civil service. Been playing darts about 9 or 10 years now. county darts, development tour, challenge tour. Just looking to find that next step in my career now.
And having a look at the group that you're in, 2 players get through to finals night. How do you assess your chances?
Yeah, I can be top of this group 100%. I know that everybody else can as well. I've played a lot of the players in there over the years, but I know if I play my game, then 100% I can win it.
Confidence, I like it. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, Jacob Gwyn, confident character it seems on his debut here at the MODUS Super Series, having got his practice in at the East Leeds Snooker Club, where there are regular darts tournaments. County games can be played there. He also plays in a open event every Wednesday night. The Cracker, the nickname for the Yorkshire youngster. And it is a War of the Roses, isn't it, this opening match, as Gwyn takes on the Lancashire Rose, Lisa Ashton, 4-time world champion, who dropped in from Group A, where she only won 1 match across a couple of days in that group. Yeah, here is the Leeds lobber, 25 years of age now, has reached the quarter-finals in the PDC World Youth Championship, semi-finalists on the development tour last year as well. And Lisa Ashton needs no introduction. Great run at the seniors recently, but still looking for a little bit of form at the Super Series this week.
Game on.
She's a long way off it in that Group A campaign. As I mentioned, only winning the 1 match, but she only won 23 legs across that campaign, which is 23 hits on the 126 attempts at double. So very clear, just by a quick glance at the statistics, where the problem lied for Lisa Ashton. But she did start to pick it up towards the end of Wednesday, and there were some really encouraging signs in there. And you've got to say, this is kind of an ideal start for her, taking on a debutant, which we've seen many times in the past go 2 completely different ways. We had the Cameron Crabtree way, where he just comes in and bashes in a big ton-plus average. But that is more of the rarity. There is a lot to take in here, even if you have played on stages like Jacob Gwyn has, playing on the various county stages around the country. Even just things 100. Like the lighting up on the stage just changes the whole perception of the board.
Yeah, it's a big deal for him, as we could hear, but he was just looking at the group and he said he felt any of the players could top this group. I know you've made your predictions, but do you see it a similar way?
Yeah, I don't think there would be anything that surprises me in this group. That's probably, when you have that statement, you've got to kind of agree with
45.
Jacob Gwyn there, because I don't see, even if Lisa Ashton, the biggest outsider in this group at 16-1, ended up topping the table, we wouldn't sit here and go, wow, we didn't see that coming.
100.
And I do like the cheesy nickname as well. Jacob's Cracker, of course.
65.
Gwyn,
104.
His opening leg on the Super Series stage, because that could be a settler if he does. 104 the target. He's going to give Ashton a shot at the Shanghai.
56. Lee Sukar 120. 95.
Well, she's made an absolute mess of that one from the first dart to the last. And it's going to be 2 darts now for Jacob Gwyn to get a settler.
He's got an interesting throwing style. We'll maybe comment on that more in the next leg, which is now the current leg, because Gwyn's won the first. Paul Hinks looks ready to hit him over the head with a microphone there.
Second leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
From one Yorkshireman to another.
Well, he does have an orange shirt on. I thought he was going to do Bam Bam then, like with Bradley Brooks.
Yeah, the throwing style, he almost sort of gets himself scrunched up into a little ball. Like James Hurrell does that a little bit as well.
He just sort of lean over a bit, which normally is something you'd expect from somebody who stands to the right-hand side of the hockey, but I'm actually taking a look here. He's very central in regards to where the board is, and then sort of loses the height around the lower back area.
He gets smaller, doesn't he? Everything just sort of, it's like his shoulder gets
136.
pushed back in, his neck goes down, everything is like a little turtle on the stage.
45.
Well, it's certainly working for him at the moment. A leg up against the 4-time Women's World Champion.
137.
And a much better leg here from Jacob Gwyn, just throwing 9 darts so far, leaving himself on
44.
a very reachable
Jacob
finish.
Ricard, 107.
Double 16 for a 12-dart leg.
75. 57. Jacob Ricard, 32.
Double 8.
16. Lisa Ricard,
Lisa
170.
with an outside opportunity, the biggest shot of them all. 2 trebles required. Oh, and that was inviting, that
80.
first start.
Jacob
Not
Ricard,
able
16.
to follow it in. Offering Jacob Gwyn another opportunity to break the throw here of Lisa Ashton.
Game shot on
That
the
was a big
second
dart
leg.
and a
Jacob
big
Gwyn.
moment there. You could see the panic completely across the face there of Jacob Gwyn after missing those 2 darts. A quick glance
Good leg,
over
Jacob, to
to
throw first.
Lisa
Game
Ashton's
on.
score to see that she was in striking range. And just the pace of the walk just tells you how much that meant to him right there. There was a bit of panic creeping in there, Chris.
Yeah. I did feel that Jacob
53.
may be a little nervous coming into his first match, maybe his first matches, but if he wins his first one, that could all disappear, couldn't it?
171.
Absolutely. It'll probably already be starting to disappear now, because a lot of the players that when you're out there, you speak to them when they come into something like the Super Series or onto a
140.
stage for the first time with cameras, you hear some crazy conversations about, I don't want to
133.
embarrass myself, I just want to get the first leg, I hope I don't open with a 26. It is such a negative sort of vibe when people first step onto one of these stages. So the fact he's got a couple of legs on the board, he's avoided having a 4-0, and he's looking in a
134.
very strong position himself to take quite a tidy win.
45.
Yeah, looking to make that progression from sort of boy to man, I guess, in darting terms. I think it's a very difficult sense when you see players like Luke Littler
58.
go and
Lisa
taking the
Ricard,
world by storm at
152.
16. In the women's game, Bo Greaves doing a very similar thing. To sort of understand that
96.
you don't have
Jacob
to be
Ricard,
at your best at that age. You
116.
can grow into a career.
That's one of the good things about darts. I mean, look at Johnny Barnes, who's coming up later on today, 55, and he's only been playing darts for 2 years.
Ashton then will have the opportunity to half the deficit and get a break back as well. With 56.
92.
May have to
Lisa
take it
Ricard,
out.
56.
With Gwyn setting up perfectly.
Game shot on the third leg. Lisa Ashton.
And she does.
I think that's a real positive dart there for Lisa
Fourth leg,
Ashton,
Lisa to
because
throw first.
we've seen her switch
Game
down
on.
to the 19s a lot throughout the week. She's been doing it in this leg as well. A sign that maybe not feeling the dart right, a bit of tension
57.
in there. So to have to throw at the very top target and to hit it first dart, that's a real positive dart there for Lisa.
43. 97.
Edge had some communication this morning from up in Yorkshire. Jacob Gwyn's father, Craig Gwyn, also a county
60.
player for Yorkshire. Can you imagine the debates and battles they have in that household? You normally get the who's the best in our
139.
club, who's the best in our county, who's the best in our league. They're battling who's the best in the house.
Yeah, and a lot of pride in that part of the
41.
world. You're a Yorkshire boy, aren't you, as well?
Yeah, Rosington, Doncaster.
Bit of a theme going on at the moment. Myself
136.
from West Yorkshire, like Jacob. Paul Hinks lives in the Mexborough area of South Yorkshire. Just round the corner from Dennis Priestley, who threw a few visits like that in his time. But it's double 12 for Ashton, and as quick as a flash.
Lisa Ashton.
Lancashire level, 2-2.
In fact,
Fifth leg Jacob to
we
throw
may have done a
first. Game on.
disservice to Lisa here as well, because doesn't Lisa Ashton's daughter play darts as well?
Daughters, yeah. So that's an even busier household. Lindsay played
99.
women's series stuff for the last couple of years. Before that, Danielle actually was a very good youth player.
Can you imagine
45.
that household, right? We're going to have a game of darts, loser does the dishes, and it's Jacob and Craig and Lisa and Lindsay. Make you better at darts, wouldn't it?
108.
In fact, Lisa Ashton's son-in-law got his tour card this year, Rhys Griffin, who we saw at the Super
58.
Series last year. So the Christmas Day Who Does the Washing Up competition would be electrifying. We do that
60.
in my household as well, but the washing up just doesn't get done because the darts tournament never finishes.
95. $60.
You know, Jacob's dad sat at home now just thinking, that's a really good idea, that one.
And if he watches him take out
95.
this 102, he might be thinking it's a
Jacob
bad
Carl,
idea.
102.
Well, he's hit his first couple of 180s on this stage already. He's won his first couple of legs. And now he's
In
taken out
from
his
the
first
fifth leg,
three-figure finish.
Jacob Gwyn.
A really strong start. Some cracking darts from Jacob Gwyn to lead Lisa Ashton 3-2.
Sixth leg Lisa to throw first. Game on. $53.
He's got 4 crackers across the back of his shirt. He's a leg away from getting 4 legs on the board and getting his first 2 points.
Debut for him
93.
this week, as Matt mentioned. Johnny Barnes, another debutant. Timothy Verbrugghe, who will be in action in the very next game. Another
95.
one, and we've got Bav Patel making his bow tonight. We're seeing plenty of new faces. We always kind of will at this time of year in the MODUS Super Series. And later tonight, we will be revealing our lineup for next week. Familiar faces, but some new ones as well.
60. $99.
Going to be a very hotly contested series, as they're all starting to be. It's getting tougher and tougher to predict each week.
I know eagle-eyed viewers would have noticed that you've got a
81.
bit of support on your arm. Is that ruling you out of an appearance this series?
Probably this series, but we'll have a look
58.
a bit closer to Lakeside.
Gwyn looking to find a treble to get himself to a finish.
60.
Can't quite manage it. Both players averaging around that 84 mark in this game. It's competitive stuff and probably deserving of a decider.
95.
Also really supports the case that we made for Lisa Ashton at the start of the show about how she's built and how she's growing.
60. Lisa Carr,
into
101.
her experience here for her second week in a row at the Super Series. She was in the double trouble last week, and well,
48.
it's kind of been the
Jacob
theme this
Carr,
week for her as well, the
147.
double trouble.
What a way this would be to win it. I did say he plays his tournaments at a snooker club,
81.
but he can't
Lisa
complete
Carr,
the
53.
147 break to get the job done here. Ashton only will get one dart now. Double 16 is her choice. Oh,
Game
what a
shot on the
rescue
sixth
that
leg.
is.
Lisa Ashton.
So in this War of the Roses, it comes down to one leg.
7th and final leg. Jacob to throw first. Game on.
Yorkshire's Jacob Gwyn stutters at the
41.
start of it. And now Lancashire's Lisa Ashton will look to take control.
83.
Some real positive signs already here, though, for Jacob Gwyn. I like the
83.
sort of steely focus, and I was going to say the fact he's not really very reactive to positive or negative, but maybe
93.
in this situation now where the pressure and the intensity has risen, that he's now beginning to live every single dart, because a wince there when that last one went in the treble one.
93. $57.
Nothing in it. Finally in the balance, but Jacob Gwyn will need a couple of reds to get himself down to a finish.
He gets them.
1 out of them, 40.
Confirmed by Paul Hinks. Lisa Ashton has to be careful here.
95. Jacob Carr, 144.
Last dart, had it been aimed at the bullseye, 25 would have left her a finish. Not the greatest counter, and you could just see the reaction there from Lisa Ashton as well. She just had a little look at the score and
100.
got frustrated with herself.
And as a player there, Jacob Gwyn will be stood at the back of the stage just literally thinking thank you, because he
53.
just
Jacob
had the
Carr,
pressure
44.
completely lifted off his shoulders, knowing that it's 6 darts and the setup shot here to leave himself the 44, 2 for the match.
Well, that was a distance away. He resets, refocuses.
28.
Cannot
Jacob Carr,
make the necessary
120.
adjustment. So Ashton gets the opportunity to win it with a big one. Won't happen.
Replica of last time she wanted 120. It was a bit of a mess on that
70.
occasion.
Jacob Carr, 16.
Jacob Gwyn stepped in with a cracker.
Double 4.
Game shot on the match, Jacob Gwyn.
And it's joy for Jacob as Gwyn wins on debut at the MODUS Super Series. A 4-3 success over Lisa Ashton in his opener. Ashton was clinical on her doubles, 3 out of 3, but was outscored by Gwyn in the game, who produced a brilliant 102 checkout. Maybe could sharpen up the finishing a little bit, but that is the perfect start for the Yorkshireman on his first appearance here. Coming up next, Adrian Gray gets his week underway when he takes on the Belgian Timothy Verbrugghe. The action continues here at the MODUS Super Series with a meeting between Timothy Verbrugghe and Adrian Gray. Adrian, who made it through 2 finals night last time he was here. Lost in the semi-finals, in fact, in the 6th week of the last series. A week won by Andreas Harrison, who is set to return. He is a well-known player. Did a lot of his best stuff in his younger days in darts, the stuff he's most known for, such as conquering Phil Taylor. Also reached the last 32 of the World Championship. As for the Belgian ADC Europe qualifier, Timothy Verbrugghe, this is his Super Series debut week. What did you make of him across his Group A campaign, Matthew?
I was very impressed. I like the throw, I like the action. I think it's very reliable. I think get a bit of confidence and experience into him, and we're going to see him
First leg,
excel
Adrian
and
to
grow.
throw first. Game on.
And we did see that throughout the week as well, certainly towards the back end of yesterday's play, showing some real promising signs. Adrian Gray is a
45.
vastly experienced player. And you mentioned about conquering Phil Taylor. That is one of my favourite ever darts interviews. Because I remember
45.
Sky Sports went to do the interview with him, and he'd actually packed his bags. He checked out the hotel. He was ready to go home. Ended up beating Phil Taylor and had to unpack once again.
60.
Yeah, well, that's what they used to say in those days, wasn't it? That you just looked to see when you played Phil Taylor.
81.
And if it was in the other half of the draw, you might think about making the final. And if it was in your half of the draw, you would think about reaching that point as an absolute maximum. But now and again, he was beaten.
55.
His tungsten time will come to an end at the end of 2024. Taylor on his last dance
45.
in World Seniors.
$100.
First match, Jacob Gwyn winning on debut. Well done to him. 4-3 against Lisa Ashton.
41.
Mention about the qualities Adrian Gray has possessed. And I'm going to clarify
57.
in the steel tip game. Because he's actually spent most of his career, or the big chunk of it nowadays, actually playing the soft tip
95.
game. Spent a lot of time over in Hong Kong, and it's a completely different game, isn't it? Soft tip to steel tip. I remember being around Adrian on various practice boards where he's
40.
discussed with other players, and I remember a very interesting conversation between himself and Aaron Monk, actually, where Aaron was trying to say that it's easy, but Adrian was like, yeah, but it's bigger for
42.
everybody. Everybody's got a bigger target, and it's almost to the point where if you
144.
miss, you lose. And by that we mean miss a dart.
Yeah, it's not like one player's playing on a steel tip board, the other one's playing on a soft tip board.
41. Timothy O'Carr,
Same for everyone.
152. $60. Adrian O'Carr, 103. $87. Timothy O'Carr, 92.
Right then. Verbrugghe to get the opening leg in the ledger. He won't do it.
$46. Adrian O'Carr, 16.
Edgy start.
Game shot on the first leg.
It goes the
Adrian
way
Gray.
of Adrian Gray. And that should settle him down into this Doesn't look like it is going to, though.
Second
He
leg,
seems
Timothy to throw first.
quite
Game
irritated
on.
there at winning the leg. It'll be more in regards of the style. Picking up that opening exchange.
96.
Jamie Kelling versus Adam Mould will be game 3, and then we'll have seen all 6 players in this group.
140.
Kelling made the favourite by the odds compilers. I'm leaning towards Mould based on what I've seen here this week and
140.
previously at the Super Series. And Matthew Edgar alongside me fancies Adrian Gray.
$140.
I know you shouldn't really compare CVs of players because it's not a game of top trumps, it's a game of live action darts, but when you look at
39.
the career of Adrian Gray and what he's achieved and how long he's been around the sort of professional game and one of the best soft tip players in the world, you just expect that he's going to burst into life like he's doing
140.
here in leg 2. A hat-trick of 140s to try and break the throw of Timothy.
Yeah, and he certainly did that to an extent last time he came here, Adrian Gray.
60. Adrian Car 81.
81 here to double his lead with a break to boot.
$34.
He did win the group on 12 points, tied with Richie Howson, just 2 ahead of 3rd and 4th, and just 4 ahead of 5th and 6th. So it was a tight group
43. Adrian
the
Car
week he was in,
47.
stopping Scott Mitchell from making it through to finals night.
Justin Smith and Toff Jorgensen as well, a very tough group.
Game shot on the second leg. Adrian Gray.
But he's making light work of this one so far, doubles his lead. Gets the first
Third leg,
break of
Adrian to
throw.
throw first. Game on.
Finals night, he lost his first match to he won his first match against Alex Small, lost his second match to
100.
John Henderson, but it was enough to get through the group. And he was only edged out in the semi-finals 4-3 by Richie Howson, so he wasn't far away from potentially being a weekly winner.
140.
That'll be a positive experience for him, but one that he'll probably feel he could have gone a little bit further. No player has ever come off anything, ever been happy. And a lot of time, that includes the winner as well.
96.
You could win a title and you'd go, why haven't I won 2 by now? I should have won the others.
Well, even Shane McGurk, to an extent,
83.
yesterday won 14 out of his 15 matches, but there was still the frustration it wasn't all 15.
Well, that worked out quite ideal for him. Still gives him the opportunity to leave a finish, and he has.
135.
The most ironic setup to a 170.
Yeah, the Cheshire Cat grin on his face as well there, Adrian Gray. After getting away with that first
140.
dart.
Adrian Car 170.
Can the Cheshire Cat take out the big fish?
That would have been my second favourite ever 170 finish.
58. Timothy Car
Behind?
138.
The one I did to beat Gary.
I thought it might be yours, yeah. Right then. What can Timo do? He can't take out the 138, so Paul Hinks will not be calling game shot and the third leg in his
86.
favour just
Adrian
yet.
Car 112.
Will he be calling it in his favour at all?
This is a lovely shot for someone who has a flat-lying dart like Adrian Gray, but he's lost the line.
80.
And he may
Timothy Car 52.
lose the advantage of throw in this leg.
Double 16. Double 8.
No score. Adrian Car
No
32.
score, Timo. Reminds me of Timo Werner. He didn't score much, did he?
No score. Timothy
He
Car
may
52.
score now, but he will only have 2 darts at double, having bust in his previous attempt.
Game shot on the third leg. Timothy Verbrugghe. Fourth leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Well, Verbrugghe does cut the gap. I have to say, full marks to our referee, Paul
60.
Hinks, coming in today for the pronunciation there. Got Timothy perfect. I thought we were going to have a repeat
60.
of Bugard.
$60.
Gray will be hoping to have a repeat. The last time he was against the thrower. Hat-trick of 140s in the scoring phase.
81.
That's a mightily impressive second dart. Adrian Gray does throw a very flat dart. He throws with these slim flights, which a lot of the time you'll see out there on the soft tip circuit due to the fact that they use
100.
lighter darts. A lot of the time they say with these sort of slim flights you should throw no more than a 21-gram dart to have control over the equipment. Obviously it doesn't have as much
60.
drag, support and stability that a big standard flight will at the back, but the one thing it does do is it flattens the dart out completely in the board.
100.
Also makes the dart really zip through the air. You've got to be right on point with that release, which is why you'll see Adrian just occasionally have that phantom throw there at the back of the stage.
100.
Does have a touch of stubbornness, doesn't he? Verbrugghe, we saw that
59.
Monday to Wednesday. He'll block a treble and persevere.
$100.
Gray cuts the
Timothy
score in
O'Connell,
half, so treble 18 will be the target here for Timo. It looked like it was in. In out.
72.
And on
Adrian
the deck.
O'Connell, 100.
And he will be floored if Gray finds tops or tens.
90.
But he doesn't.
Timothy O'Connell, 50.
For a level game.
42.
Just sort
Adrian
of
O'Connell,
looked
10.
like it cut the flight on the way in, that one. But it was completely out the way.
Getting shot on the fourth
Gray
leg.
takes
Adrian
advantage and extends his lead to 2 legs once again. Speaking of catching the flight, do we know if
Fifth
Shane
leg,
McGurk
Adrian to
managed to
throw
do that
first.
yesterday?
Gray. Game on.
Oh, the voice in my head has just told me that he didn't. Usually it tells me to eat the cake or something else unhealthy. But that was quite helpful, thank you.
44.
Did seem a very different tactic, shall we say. We see some people occasionally go home,
100.
but normally if they live within an hour or so's worth of travel. But getting a flight back to Ireland for a day didn't really
60.
seem worthwhile.
Yeah, and the prices have just gone up. McGurk will be here
85.
on Saturday night, and so could you be. Tickets available via dartshop.tv, or for those smart folk out
60.
there, scan that QR code. It'll take you straight to that page and you could book your space here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth for a great night of darts up close.
95.
Our first finals night of Series 7, and you can book for any finals night in Series 7, including the coveted Champions Night at the end of the series.
95.
If you're unfamiliar, QR stands for quick response.
Well done.
83. $140. Timothy the car, 138.
Oh, Timothy Verbrugghe needs a quick response here.
86. Adrian the car,
Gray takes this out, it's over.
He just needs the one treble and it's found. Double 16.
86.
Right on the wire. A fine effort there for Adrian Gray. You may have to wait another leg. Double 16, the same target for Timothy. Double 12.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Timothy Verbrugghe. Six leg
He needs
Timothy
to
to throw
break
first.
Adrian Gray
Game on.
twice if he is to win this game. That's one ticked off. And here he comes, starting to find that form that he was finding towards the back end of Wednesday, where he actually left Group A with a hat-trick of victories, winning his last 3 matches, bringing a bit of form into this Group C campaign.
100.
And he's put a sizable gap between himself and Adrian Gray in the early exchanges of this leg.
$60. $100.
Well, this could be going the distance, just like the opening match.
41. Timothy the car, 121. $89.
Sensible play there. He had a look over to the score of Adrian Gray to see that there's nothing he can do on 340 to affect Timothy's chances here. So not chasing the ball and
85.
potentially having to
Timothy
burn
Brown,
darts,
52.
just setting up a preferred double of choice and knowing that he's got time on this target.
Game shot on the 6th leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
Sensible, intelligent play there from Timothy. Takes us to
Some
a
of the final
deciding
leg,
leg.
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Adrian Gray will probably feel like he should have had this done by now. He's had opportunities, but it has been reeled back.
100.
And a big last start. You could see the relief written across his face. You don't want to open up with a trebleless visit when you've got the darts, 'cause that's just an
47.
invitation for your opponent to step in and attack the throat.
$121. $140.
That is the perfect dart for Adrian. Just sat on the bottom of the treble 20 bed.
125.
Found it again for dart number 3. Leaves himself a finish after 9.
Yeah, it's become unnecessarily hard work, this, for Adrian Gray, but he may still get the job done.
155. $59.
Because his dart sort of lay flat, he had to move across. Even though that dart looked like it was well out of the way, it would have been blocking a portion of the treble.
It's where you wake up the aggression in your opponent when you have that trebleless visit at that point.
96.
Timothy would have been praying for a 140.
Double 18 to win it. And again, he has to adjust.
78. Timothy O'Carr, 116.
Well, over-adjusted there by quite some distance.
He has to stay there. What a dart. What a dart. What a finish it would be.
80.
What a finish
18.
it could have been. What a win it could have been. But Gray gets another go.
Game, shot, and the match. Adrian
Shake of the head. He knows that it wasn't the perfect performance, but it is the perfect start. 2 points on the board for Adrian Gray, who beats Belgium's Timothy Verbrugghe. A match start missed for him at the end of 116 combo in a tense decider, but it goes Gray's way. And coming next, Jamie Kelling takes on Adam Mould. Two close encounters to get Group C underway. A 4-3 win for Jacob Gwyn against Lisa Ashton, followed by the same scoreline for Adrian Gray against Timothy Verbrugghe, and now two former weekly winners going head to head. And the early indications in this group are that it is anybody's to qualify from, anybody's to win. Jamie Kelling has won before. The Andover Ace, nicknamed JK, in fact, has reached at least the semi-finals in his last 3 visits to the MODUS Super Series. He takes on Adam Mould, who is an ADC qualifier once again and has won as a qualifier on that stage before. The two favourites in this group. It's a big match for both of them early on. What's maybe even more interesting is that the fixtures are played in reverse, and this
First
could
like
be
Jamie to throw first.
a real key fixture come the end of
Game
tomorrow. Well, are we going to see someone step up and say, I'm the player to beat in this group?
Well, according to the odds compilers,
100.
here's your man, Jamie Kelling. Quite a sizable favourite to go on and win this group. Get himself in there alongside Shane McGurk on
82.
Saturday night.
You can understand why, based on what he's done here previously in Series 4, 5 and 6. Not only has he made Saturday night, but he's made the semi-finals.
96.
And of course, on one of those occasions, ran out the winner. fact, sorry, his win was in Series 2.
134.
But yeah, going deep in the last few visits here as well.
41.
You feel he's got a tough assignment here on his
99.
opening game with Adam Mould, who we've seen already here in his Group A campaign. Went into a final game shootout to try and get himself in a position to
100.
play in Group B, which will be starting this evening. And Adam Mould, it's got to be said, by far the most consistent of the
100.
players in
Group
Group A. Averaged 85 for the entire group, which was on Monday an 85, Tuesday an 85, and Wednesday
78.
an
Adam
85. So always in that sort of tricky to beat range. Although a loose start there may cost him 2 singles, would have gave him an opportunity at the ball. That's the equation that Jamie Kelling has been able to negotiate.
Adam 48.
Adam gets a second bite at this, a second opportunity to break the throw of the group favourite.
Game shot on the first leg. Adam Mould.
Mould breaks.
Second leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
He plays Jacob Gwyn in the next game. He plays, does Adam, so we could see
55.
the cracker break the mould, and the mould break the cracker.
Also brings up that horrible combination of mouldy crackers.
Yeah, absolutely.
134.
Something like mouldy cheese on the crackers, mind.
$95.
What game do we get to? What hour do we get to today before we start having a conversation about what we like on our crackers?
I'm surprised we haven't done it already, to be honest. I had it
140.
game 1, Jacob Gwyn, Lisa Ashton. I thought we'd have it there. Which then normally leads to like cheese
58.
and crackers, which leads to feelings of Christmas. And then we're back on that conversation again. Oh, that's beautiful. Loads of room, sat perfectly in the board. It just looks so inviting and so assured there that Jamie Kelling was going to get his first 180 of the week.
83.
There'll be
Jamie
plenty
Carl,
more
47.
of them to come from this man. But this is a good reaction when you've just had your throw broken. That wasn't the intended target, but
Game shot on the
it
second
doesn't
leg.
affect
Jamie
too much. Jamie Kelling gets over the line. But you can tell by the reaction. That was a dart of big 7 that's
Third leg,
gone
Jamie
wrong.
to throw
But a
first.
happy
Game
accident
on.
in the end. That's why you go for those targets sometimes. A lot of people on shots like 46 will use the 10 or the 6 corridor.
180.
As I said, that won't be his last 180. He'll hit plenty more. We didn't have to wait long for the second.
No, maybe he is
100.
going to stand up and show that he's the man to beat in this group.
100.
Feels like it's been a long old while since we've had a perfect leg here at the Super Series. There was a real spell where they were happening almost a weekly basis.
$120.
With 180's hit with this regularity, you might get one.
Mightily fine performance here from Jamie Kelling. A great reaction to
96.
losing
Jamie
that
Carl,
opening leg.
41.
It was an 11 darter in the last. And he's double 16 away from back-to-back 11 dart
Game
legs.
shot on
This
the
is
third leg.
fantastic
Jamie
darts
Kelling.
from Jamie Kelling. Maybe showing why He
Fourth
is
leg Adam to throw first.
such a
Game on.
strong favourite to win this group.
Just on that 9-darter story, there have been 9 here at the MODUS Super Series. The most recent was Andreas Harrison. Hit one against Andreas Toft Jorgensen. Steve West and
60.
Conor Heenan both have 2 under this roof. That was
58.
last December, the last one. In fact, we had 2 that month. We had a couple in November as well.
140. $95. 100. 180.
Well, it was a great response from Jamie Kelling to losing the leg, and then it's over to you, Adam Mould, to respond, and he is. He's just had
105,
11 darts hit
28.
against him. Now he's left a double after 12, a quality game.
Getting shot on the fourth leg, Adam Mould.
Last 3 winning legs, 11, 11, 13.
Fifth leg, Jamie to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, really good stuff. The average from Jamie Kelling after 4 legs, 108.63 and rising.
180.
I think if you had Jamie Kelling for the most 180s in this match, you'll be quite happy right now. He's 4-1 up on the maximums.
95.
Yeah, Kelling will be making you a killing. Look at the grimace when he didn't get a dart in the treble 20.
100.
And he's playing a player here in Adam Mould that when someone plays well against him, I just like watching Adam Mould's face because he just enjoys
60.
people playing well, even when it's against him.
He's a regional director of the ADC, the Amateur Darts Circuit. I wonder if that actually just suits
96.
his personality. A fan of good darts, wants to see others thrive as well.
$97. Jamie McCarr, 125.
I think that Kelling himself runs ADC tournaments locally as well.
$65. $58. Jamie McCarr, 60.
20 for tops. His darts do stand up a little bit, so he's having to shuffle across ever so slightly to try and nestle it in there to the
Game shot on the fifth
right
leg,
of the
Jamie
marker.
Kelling.
But what a performance this is from Jamie Kelling.
Sixth leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
Look at that. Absolutely sublime stuff from Kelling.
91. $60.
He almost looks disgusted when he misses something, doesn't he? Just really in the groove right now.
Yeah, he's come out to play, no doubt about that.
140.
Bringing the best out in Adam Mould as well.
140.
Absolutely relishing this fight and battle.
$100.
It could still go all the way. Like both of the previous matches.
100. Adam McCarr, 170.
And it's likely to do so with Mould having at least 6 starts from 170.
58.
Really good use of the board there as well to
112.
leave himself on a 2-darter. This has to be the treble. It is.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
there's a
leg.
double.
Adam Mould.
And there is a 6th leg in the ledger for Mouldy. 3-3, despite an
Seventh and
average
final leg,
north
Jamie
of
to throw first.
108
Game on.
from Jamie Kelling. Mould has held his own. He himself averaging 92. And could
125.
yet nick it in a decider.
There's a couple of things that you hope happen in a deciding leg. Either your opponent misses, that's
One Adam,
not going to be the
40.
case here with Jamie Kelling, the way he's playing, or you're going to be brilliant. And Adam Mould kicking the leg off well. You saw him sort of roll his eyes when the treble
78.
20 was hit by Jamie Kelling. He knows he's got to go with that plan of brilliance. Going to have to try and pull something around the 12-dart bracket out.
58.
A wry smile. Is this the missing? Is he missing at the wrong time?
43.
Surely not. Surely Jamie Kelling, with this kind of performance, isn't going to lose this game.
Strange things happen in last leg deciders when every dart has so much meaning and purpose.
98.
Order restored.
One Adam, 40.
A 4th 140 to go with his 4 180s in this game puts Kelling on the cusp of victory.
This is the biggest 3 darts of the match so far. Needs a treble.
59. Jamie Ricard, 115.
Kelling will believe he will have 6 darts from here.
$59.
Well, he will, unless we can see some Mould magic. 146 to snatch the leg away, to snatch the game away. Won't happen. Kelling will return with 2 darts at double, provided
59.
he doesn't
Jamie
miss
Ricard,
a single
56.
number. That part is taken care of. It's 2 at top, so Jamie Kelling to win a really brilliant darts match. Most of the brilliance coming from him. And he does get the victory. Kelling claims it 4-3. A delightful darting duel here at the MODUS Super Series. 4 180s from Jamie Kelling in that match. 4 out of 6 on his doubles. But Adam Mould pushed him all the way. The stats speak for themselves. A 103.59 average. Not bad for starters from Jamie Kelling, who pips Mould 4-3 in a brilliant battle. Coming next, Lisa Ashton back in action. She takes on Adrian Gray.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Lisa Ashton is about to play her second game of Group C. She was beaten in a first 4-3 by the newcomer Jacob Gwyn, and now takes on Adrian Gray, who won his match 4-3. In fact, all 3 matches went the distance, all 7 legs, and it's looking like a group that could be very, very competitive indeed.
Adrian Gray
First leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
got over the line in his opening game 4-3 against Timothy. Some real good flashes of brilliance in there from
57.
Adrian Gray at times. And early indications here from Lisa Ashton suggesting that she's going to be down on those 19s again. Now, I did mention yesterday how that
100.
can sometimes become quite distracting for the opponent, and they sort of lose their concentration slightly, but Adrian Gray will be
57.
very, very aware of the different types of players through his soft tip career, who will opt for various different tactics around the board.
60. 59. 43.
Should get a lot of success
95.
down on the 19s, but it does cause its own problems in terms of the breakdowns of the numbers. We saw her use the 19s in the last game when she did go down to
140.
Jacob Gwyn. She didn't use them successfully, left herself on a bogey number, allowing Jacob Gwyn 6 darts to the board.
95. Educar 158.
Good start. Couldn't find the bedfellow. I think it's 83 he's got left.
92. Lisa Carr 138.
This is the thing that surprises me, though, with Lisa's game. Like, just when she
77.
chooses to use the
Educar
20s, because
66.
she's been using the 19s the whole leg, and as we've seen from Luke Humphries when he took out the 138 using the 19s. It's a
Game shot
very
on the first
reachable
leg.
finish, as is
Adrian Gray.
66 for Adrian Gray, who gets the breaker throw in the opening leg.
Second leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on.
It's starting to look a little bit worrying for Lisa Ashton. She did only win 1 match across 3 days in Group A, but you did feel that this group was a little bit more
100.
open. If she loses her first 2, it could be a long couple of days for her.
98.
She will get a week off next week before resuming play in the women's series. She'll probably need the week off the amount of darts she's been playing over the last 2.5 weeks. But she'll certainly be returning back home with a fair few quids in the pocket.
27.
And it was good to see her, particularly in that World Seniors Championship, playing with that freedom. It was turning into a really special story. Could have been the first
55.
woman to win a televised tournament that was in the open category.
140.
Reached the semi-finals and got to a tie-break in that semi-final as well against Colin McGarry.
140.
She actually beat Chris Mason in that tournament, and everybody here at the
78,
MODUS Super Series wants to
121.
wish the ace congratulations on his ace news of his engagement. And
Game
that
shot on the second
is an
leg.
ace finish
Adrian
to
Gray.
celebrate the occasion from Adrian Gray.
Third leg, Lisa to throw first. Game on.
It looked like the first match could have been
60.
more comfortable for Gray. Matthew, it looks like this one might end up being comfortable.
I don't think there's any time you look at an opening game and find it comfortable. It's all just about sort of settling in. You don't want to lose a bit of traction on the field by losing that game and then
55.
seeing 3 players above you on 2 points. It's uncomfortable for those players that sort of play it as a league table. We always say the best thing to do in a Group C is just try and win 7
55.
games. Doesn't matter where they come from, what order they're in, whatever the league table's saying. You win 7 games, you're on 14 points. Most of the
140.
time, you will get through on 14. There has been rare occasions where a few of us have fell foul to that
140.
rule and gone out on 14 points.
Just looking for my violin.
140.
Good darts from Lisa Ashton, but Gray still has it his gift to break here if she can't clean up the 106.
60. Alicia Carr 106. $58. Adrian Carr 112. $96. Alicia Carr 48. $32.
Double trouble
Adrian
has
Carr,
been the
16.
problem for Lisa Ashton this week. He could be punished again
Game shot
here,
on the
Adrian
third
Gray. A
leg.
double
Adrian
breaker
Gray.
throw. And it is looking far too comfortable at the moment for Adrian Gray.
Fourth leg Adrian to throw first. Game on.
23 from 126 attempts. Lisa Ashton in her Group A campaign on the outer ring.
100.
And with doubling stats like those, is kind of paints a picture and tells a story as to why she was only able to pick up
44.
that one victory across her 15 games.
Still is a year of
85.
sort of rehabilitation for Lisa Ashton. Had that injury and the operation as a result of it, and is trying to find her best form. We saw
100.
it in flashes, of course, at the seniors. And when we spoke to her earlier in the week, she did say that she's earmarking winning a week here at the MODUS Super Series as one of her ambitions for the year.
81.
Wants to get back to winning a few Women's Series events as well. And of course, that the big target for her is that World Match Play, Women's World Match Play in Blackpool.
81.
And that's great to hear as well when someone like Lisa Ashton's talking again about winning titles, because I keep alluding to that Lakeside World Championship that she's just played in
105.
at the back end of 2023, and she went there just hoping to win a match.
60.
So far in terms of the
Adrian
Super
Carr,
Series, Fallon
130.
Sherrick has come closest, reached a weekly final, almost made it to Champions Week.
58.
Lisa will not be the last woman that we see this series, so I'll just leave that there.
60. Adrian Carr 72.
But she might have thrown her last darts in this match. Double six for Adrian Gray.
60.
Well, he'll be back
Adrian Carr,
unless
156.
we see something mesmerising from Lisa Ashton, which won't happen.
Double
60.
six is a
Adrian Carr,
lovely
12.
position for a right-handed dart player on the board, especially with a flat landing dart.
Game, shot, and the match. Adrian Gray.
And Gray proves your point, and he proves his point. A 4-0 win against Lisa Ashton, who's now suffered 2 defeats from 2. Just a little hold of the shoulder there as she walks away. I hope that pain disappears quickly, but the pain of defeat is one she'll look to avenge when she returns in a few games' time. Gray has won 2 from 2. Great start to his day. And Jacob Gwyn is looking for the same outcome. He takes on Adam Mould after this short break.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. We're on our second cycle of fixtures here. We've just seen Lisa Ashton go down, and more misery, unfortunately, for the 4-time Women's World Champion. Went down 4-0 in the last game to Adrian Gray, who's had the perfect start to the day, picking up victories over Lisa Ashton and Timothy. But Jacob Gwyn started the day and started the action in match number 1. That was a 4-3 victory over Lisa Ashton and a perfect start to his debut campaign here at the Super Series. Adam Mould was involved in the game of the day, going down to Jamie Kelling, and if he can keep those standards up,
60.
we could be in for another tight battle here.
$137.
Well, decent start from Gwyn. Yeah, Mould performed better than Gwyn in the opening round of fixtures, but Gwyn won and Mould didn't. He was on the wrong end of that exceptional
100.
display by Kelling, who will take on Timothy Verbrugghe in game 6. Just screwing the stem back in there. Jacob Gwyn felt it loose in his hand.
59. $60. $84. 57.
Mould has, you mentioned it, touched on it in his first match. He has
140.
had the demeanour of a man this week who's got the weight of the world on his shoulders.
Just seems very aware of what his opponent's doing. I know
92.
it's very subjective in terms of what you'd rather do during a game. Would you rather watch? You'd rather have the head down, but he's just sort of been brought into every moment. A lot of the time, he's actually really enjoyed watching his opponent hit really good darts against him. But he'd be smiling and delighted
24.
should he be able to take out this 132.
132.
The bullseye for starters. How about staying there for the main course? That would have
92.
been
Jacob Carr 57.
an absolutely sublime setup for double 16. Instead, Gwyn gets a go. At breaking the
Each on
mould.
the first leg, Jacob Gwyn.
And that's what he does. Off to a cracker of a start.
Second leg, Jacob to throw first. Game on.
So what do you like on your crackers? We didn't actually finish that conversation, did we? Bit of cheese, bit of chutney.
58.
Well, if we're talking crackers, I've actually been directed to quite a cracker of a story regarding Jacob Gwyn.
140.
It actually involves Jacob Gwyn, a hot dog, and a very long night that ended in not the best possible way.
60.
Well, I'm all ears. As are the audience. Do tell.
Well, it seems that he bought himself a hot dog, not really wanting to eat the hot dog at said time,
140.
so decided he was going to carry the hot dog for the evening in his pocket.
Well, by the time he come to eat it, it'd just be a dog then, wouldn't it?
He might have kept it warm with body
41.
heat, you see, so... Either way, he then ate the hot dog and it didn't turn out well. He was a bit poorly for a few days, shall we say.
Yeah, and he had all mustard and ketchup in his pocket as well.
100.
Maybe being from Yorkshire, what happened is someone offered to buy him the hot dog, and he thought, I'll keep that for later.
This is a problem, Jacob, when
60.
you get your
Car 121.
face on the big stage under the bright lights and the cameras. All your friends come out of the woodwork and provide us with these little tales.
89.
Well, he was never going to go for the bull there.
$82.
So double 16 for Adam Mould to pocket the leg.
No score.
All on the outside, but no damage done. Gwyn is a long way behind. Will be on a finish after this visit, and it could be a rather small one.
100. Adam Car 32. Game shot on the second leg. Adam Mould.
Getting with the first dart as well, after missing 3 darts, will just make you feel a lot better
Then they
about
got
the
him to throw
situation.
first.
You don't want to
Game on.
get drawn into that drama of getting it with the last dart, because then you feel a little bit clutch.
100. $60.
He's running with the cracker theme, isn't he? It's a cracked dart shirt that he's wearing. He's got crackers on the shirt. And by the sounds of the
93.
hot dog story, he is crackers.
$100.
Well, Paul Nicholson would be a big fan of that, wouldn't he? He's all into his player branding.
134.
Yeah, I did get the point that you made actually about Adam Mould. If he's going to go with a Mouldy nickname, then he should be wearing a shirt reflecting
96.
that.
Yeah, it's at least got to be green. That's the bare minimum. But I think it should be full on, like, infected shirt.
134.
Obviously the design. A fine leg here
60.
from Adam Mould, taking some authority on this match.
Well, that's
30.
just about the worst outcome from that position for Mould. Now he's left that awkward double 5, and Gwyn is going to be in finishing range himself.
$28. Adam your car 10.
Just. And that's the worst outcome for
6.
Mould.
Jacob your car 157.
Didn't get all 3 darts at double.
$97. Adam your car 4.
He was down to a double in 12. He's had 6 to get it done.
Game shot
And
on the third
eventually
leg.
does
Adam Mould.
get over the line. But there'll be encouraging signs there to Jacob Gwyn, especially after
Ball
seeing
fake
the
Jacob to
reaction
third
there
first.
from
Game
Adam
on.
Mould. Sometimes you just got to have that poker face and try not to give away too much information. The signs are very clear there that Adam Mould's not feeling very good about the
140.
doubles right now. 16% conversion rate.
Do get involved with our social
82.
media channels. Updates available. And various content. Follow us at MSS Darts across Instagram, X, Facebook. We have a TikTok channel as
98.
well. And make sure you are subscribing to our YouTube channel. It's not just the live darts that is on there, but plenty of
60.
fun stuff. Something new coming later this week in relation to the Bullseye Challenge. Certainly worth a
100.
watch. And there's also a video on there of a darts player cheating. I wonder who that could be.
Well, at least I threw all my darts in the minute. Glenn Durrant just
23.
danced, didn't he, for most of the time?
Danced is a stretch. Gwyn dancing around the hockey to try and find a route into that treble 20.
38. $123. Jacob Lucar 125.
Well, does he fancy the fireworks with Mould not on a finish? Does he want to make a name for himself?
Well, I am
65.
told that he does like a bit of a flashy finish. He once hit a blind bullseye.
$93. Jacob Lucar 60.
So we'll see him keep his eyes open for this one. Tops. Double 10. Oh, right on the wire.
40. Adam Lucar
Calls Paul
120.
Hinks to have a closer look, the referee. Not in. It looks in, doesn't it, from that angle?
100.
That one is.
Jacob Require 20.
Paul Hinks has been made to work here a little bit. It's like an aerobics class for Hinksy.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Jacob Gwyn.
Some moving about here from Paul Hinks, but it is 2-2.
Fifth leg Adam to throw first. Game on. $60. $100. $58.
Opportunity here for Jacob Gwyn presenting itself. 6 darts there from Adam Mould without a treble, and this is quite a crucial point of the game.
42.
If Jacob Gwyn's able to get the break here, he'll then be throwing for the match.
$58. $40.
Well, every game has been close apart from Gray versus
99.
Ashton. 4-0 that one. The first 3 all 4-3. This one 2-2. And Mould will be frustrated because he was averaging north of 90 all that match that he lost to Jamie Kelling. Now he finds himself stuck in the 70s against Jacob Gwyn.
40.
Just a standard day at the darts, isn't it? Standard day at the Super Series.
There was nothing standard, though, about the performance of Jamie Kelling. 103, the 4th average over 100 we've seen so
74.
far. He's coming up next against Timothy. See if he can follow up that incredible opening game.
$100. Adam Car 152.
Despite the fact he didn't get a treble with his first 6, he's going to have 6 here at the back end of the leg at the 152.
94.
Big last start. Big hit. He's posing the figure of a man under a lot of stress, though, isn't he, right now, Adam Mould?
59. Adam Car 58.
18. Double top.
Game shot on the
3-2.
fifth leg. Adam Mould.
Shake of the head from Jacob. But he will have the darts to force a decider.
Sixth leg Jacob to throw first. Game on. $84.
UK
95.
Open getting underway this weekend. Some names that have played here at the Super Series will be in action in that FA Cup of Darts style tournament.
57.
Minehead. What draws are you hoping to see come out in the early stages? I know the first 3
83.
rounds have already been done, but the most exciting part for me is always seeing who gets drawn against who.
I love the part where you get sort of a round 1 player, which is someone ideally off the Challenge Tour, Development Tour,
60.
from the Riley's qualifiers that come through the early stages and then pull someone like a Michael van Gerwen.
95.
I'm thinking Kim Hybrex against Mike D. Decker would be pretty sweet.
$100.
Are you the type who would relish that big draw against an MVG, a Humphreys,
21.
or do you want to keep getting the Maidstone United of the darting draft.
Do you know what? The UK Open's very different in perspective of how you go into the event. So I played in it 10 times. The first time I played in it was 2011, and that year I literally was doing my
95.
interviews going, I want Phil Taylor, give me Phil Taylor. Plastering that over Sky Sports. And then when you get into like the meat of your career and the rankings become important and it becomes a ranked
43.
tournament that you're trying to do well in,
Jackie Ricard,
you then want
105.
the better draws.
I should say such as, but I won't. Double 14 here for
77.
3-3,
Out of your car, wall,
which can be avoided if Mould can mop up a big one, 164. Oh, that's very inviting, isn't it? He's disappointed.
92. Jackie Ricard, 28. Game shot on the sixth leg. Jacob Gwyn.
Go the distance again. All of the last leg deciders in those first 3 matches went
Seventh and final
with
leg.
the
Adam
player
to throw
throwing first.
Game on.
Does that continue here and Mould gets his first points, or can Gwyn get a break at the perfect time?
It is a big
42.
advantage drawing first. It just allows you to have that one mistake, but Jacob Gwyn certainly took note of that one. He's taking a little step back. Maybe expecting 15 darts now rather than 12.
100.
Slight punishment, but perfect assessment there. He's allowed 1 mistake. He's made that mistake. Can't make any more, Adam.
140.
And that's kind of rectified it.
$100. 50.
This is a moment where you're really hoping to get 2 trebles.
47. $99.
Well, Mould does make his way down to a finish first. Took him 12 darts to get to 170. If Gwyn can find 1 treble and stay straight, he'll be on something smaller.
100.
That's exactly
Adam
what he
Ricard,
does. It's still very
170.
much in the balance, but still pretty much advantage Adam Mould.
$100. Jackie Ricard, 154.
Two trebles required. Beautiful first. There was half an argument to stay there as well. That was a nice lie there in the treble 20 for Jacob Gwyn.
118.
And now he's got to stand
Adam
and
Ricard,
hope that Adam
70.
Mould doesn't take out the 70. But it will be just the 1 dart.
38.
And
Jacob
that
Ricard,
dart
36.
goes begging. So Jacob Gwyn on the brink of a double. Double 9.
Game shot on
And
the
Gwyn
match. Jacob Gwyn.
backs up his earlier win with a second successive last leg decider, breaking Adam Mould in the crucial 7th leg, and it is 2 wins for Jacob Gwyn on debut here. The finishing, the difference in that game, that tells pretty much the whole story of why he was even in that position in the match. And when it came to the crunch, the cracker nicked the game. 4-3 to Jacob Gwyn, 2 wins for him. Coming next, Jamie Kelling looking for his second victory when he takes on Timothy Verbrugghe. in 5th spot with 6 wins from his
First leg, Timothy
15
to throw
matches
first.
in that campaign.
Game on.
And is looking for his first victory in his Group C campaign after going down 4-3 to Adrian Gray.
These are two players that
77.
will no doubt have never played each other before. And for Timothy, he may not even be too well aware of Jamie
45.
Kelling, so he'd have been watching that opening game, trying to get a bit of a read. You'd looking more in sense of, what's the pace like? How quick do they exit the hockey? These are the things you tend to watch for.
125.
In that last game, he'd have got really drawn into the fact of the quality performance of Jamie Kelling, who was running around about 108
85.
in the averages for the majority of that game, ending up with a 103.5.
57.
Timothy's already lost his opening game to Adrian Gray, and that could tell a bit of a story here in regards to scoreboard pressure of the league table. But Kelling continuing to fill it up. He filled it up 4
42.
times in his opening game. He's a game and a leg in to his Group C campaign, and he's already hit 5 180s.
47. 118.
Has been the standout player of the first couple of hours of action on Thursday afternoon. But Verbrugghe will get the opportunity to hold his throw in the opening leg of this one.
96.
Bullseye will be starting point, I feel sure. Well, I was wrong.
Getting shot on the first leg.
And he got it right.
Second leg, Jamie did through first. Game on. '83.
See it so many times when someone has that near perfect performance. It's very hard to replicate in the next game when you come up and you're sort of expecting
41.
the same sort of results or positive outcomes. Saw it just this week, if you remember. Nathan Gervin
45.
had that massive performance, winning 4-0 against Lisa Ashton, averaging 113. Then in the very next game, lost 4-0 to Shane McGurk.
134. 58.
Looking to sweep across that treble.
84.
Just a little roll of the eyes as he just offers the initiative back to Kelling. He's not taking it.
41.
This is where you start getting in those pits of thoughts. Where you start going, what was I doing so right earlier? Maybe I was holding it a little bit differently. Maybe I was standing a little bit differently. And you end up standing there trying to work out the whole mechanics of your throw rather than just doing
100.
what works in the
Typical
first
car,
place.
102.
They took out the 82 on treble
54.
14 in the previous leg, but he couldn't locate it this time. Will be back. Kelling a long way behind.
84. Timothy Car 48.
Could be used that.
Getting shot on the second leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
Expertly as he doubles his lead in this one, and Kelling is caught like a rabbit in the headlights
Timothy to
here.
throw first. Game on. 43.
Reminder, this is the first
60.
of 2 sessions here on Thursday. Group B gets underway at 10 p.m. live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
59.
Bhav Patel in action in the opening game. His debut. Represented India at the World Championship just gone. Nathan Gervin,
93.
a World Championship runner-up in the youth setup. His opponent, Richard North, Johnny Barnes and Rhys Robinson, the other 3 players in that group. I think there'll be a bit of
140.
showmanship on the stage this evening.
Got to say,
100.
I'm really hoping we get the chance to hear from Rhys Robinson as well. He's done a couple of interviews down here at the Super Series. Both are just absolutely
139.
loaded with highlights and comedy.
Timothy O'Carr, 120.
Self-proclaimed genius, isn't he? Rhys Robinson. Always a great watch, and he will do some fabulous and fun things on the dartboard as well.
88.
Well, 45 minutes ago, you would not have predicted this
96.
scoreline.
Timothy O'Carr,
When Jamie
32.
Kelling was running around about the 108 in his opening victory.
$16. Jamie O'Carr, 141.
Well, it's not 3-0 yet. But it might be.
58.
3 darts time,
Timothy
maybe
O'Carr,
2 or
16.
maybe even 1. And it is
Being
just
shown on the
1
third leg. Timothy
for that
Verbrugghe.
3-leg advantage. And you're absolutely right, Matt. Nobody would have
Fourth
seen
leg,
this
Jamie to
coming.
throw first. Game on. $25.
The drop-off has been brutal. It's basically 30 points below the level he produced in the previous match from Jamie Kelling.
100.
And when things aren't going right, you get those darts like that last one that bounces out, and it just hurts so much more. But one thing he was so good at
140.
in that opening game was filling it up, finding those big maximum visits, and kind of expected him to get his second of the match there, the way that one was going.
97.
Sits beautifully in the board when that just hits that top wire. That's how he wants it to be in the board.
100. $78.
I have seen comebacks of this proportion already this week.
140.
We saw Shane McGurk do it against Nathan Gervin on Monday. Actually could have set the tone for the week and the group for both players.
47. Jamie O'Carr, 96.
Gervin himself admitted it was a tough one to take, and maybe did give McGurk that confidence to then go on and go on an incredible run of wins.
31.
Won his first 11 matches from Monday through till Wednesday.
59. Jamie O'Carr, 65.
Well, you just mentioned it. The things that can go wrong, and he was looking for the 25 and
shot
hit a
the
bullseye,
fourth
so he'll
leg.
be
Jamie
very,
Kelling.
very relieved to have cleaned up the remainder there. That might have been the last start he got to avoid a
Timothy
whitewash.
to throw first. Game on.
He's fine 2 breaks a throw, though, if he's going to completely turn this one around.
140.
Timothy with a bit of time on his hands here. The luxury, bit of freedom.
81.
Certainly feels that way when you sat watching it, but I can
140.
guarantee you when you play him, you just want the job to be done. You never feel comfortable in a situation.
100. $95.
But he should we're starting to feel a bit of comfort here. He's going to get 6 darts, maybe more, from 126
Timothy Car
to
126.
get his first victory of this Group C campaign.
Well, could have been better placed, but Kelling needs to find 2 trebles even to get onto any kind of finish.
140. Timothy Car 86.
Well, what a last dart that must have been there from JK. Forcing Verbrugghe.
54.
I was going to say forcing him to go for the ball, but he
140.
said to Jamie Kelling, "You're not going to take this out, mate."
I like the play, but he's wincing in the background.
$116. Timothy Car
Played the
32.
percentages. Kelling couldn't prove him wrong.
Game shot
And
of the match,
Verbrugghe
Timothy
gets it
Verbrugghe.
right. It is victory for Timothy Verbrugghe against Jamie Kelling, who was untouchable in his opener, but has been battered in his second game. A 4-1 victory for the Belgian, who restricted Kelling to just 1 dart double in that entire encounter. A real surprise scoreline as Verbrugghe defeats Kelling 4-1. Coming next, Lisa Ashton looking for her first win against Adam Mould, who is in the same boat. Game 7 then, or 15 today, about to get underway, and we can take a look at what's happened so far. Jacob Gwyn, Adrian Gray and Jamie Kelling all winning their opening encounters in last leg deciders before Gray got the better of Lisa Ashton 4-0. Gwyn doubled up with victories as well when he beat Adam Mould 4-3, and then Timothy Verbrugghe beating Kelling 4-1 in the standout scoreline of the opening 6, and Ashton and Mould are about to go head-to-head, both looking to pick up their first points of the group. Paul Hinks, the referee, is looking for 50 pence that he's dropped somewhere on the stage. And once he's found it, we'll get the game underway.
I think it's on the back of his head, isn't it?
I know you were the author of the MODUS Super Series rule of 3, and one of these players is going to have lost 3 games after this.
Game on.
Which means that they'd suddenly have to be perfect by your theory.
55.
I mean, when we did see Lisa Ashton walk off the stage, you did say at that point she was sort of holding on to the shoulder. I've just been watching her as well during her practice throws, and she is looking a little bit uncomfortable, a little bit fidgety, certainly in the sort of throwing arm area. So again, I do expect to see lots of
60.
switching between the 20s and 19s, because what she's doing here, she's looking for something. She's trying to find.
Yeah, find what works, but also find what feels comfortable.
58.
That's been a lot of darts for Lisa Ashton in the last few weeks. That looks pretty comfortable.
95. $94. 71.
Good darts from Mould,
127.
who is down to a 2-darter after a dozen against a throw.
60. Adam Yukar, 82.
Beautiful.
Getting shot on the first leg.
Absolutely
Adam Mould.
wonderful. Cleans it up in 2 as well to take the opening leg on the Ashton darts.
Second leg,
And
Adam
you can
to
see
throw
she's
first.
just having to
Game on.
stretch out that arm again, just trying to shake out any knots and pain in it.
57.
Get the sense that if she's thinking about and feeling that pain, she's probably thinking, look, anything is a bit of a bonus.
133.
It has been a long amount of darts for Lisa Ashton. We often talk about at the Super Series a week being a very long time here, and how many darts you've got to
100.
play in games and practice and everything that goes with that. But this is Lisa's second week in a row. She was here last week for the double trouble week, the double start,
133.
double finish. She's also come here off the back of the seniors, which she went all the way to the final
45.
day of. So it's been quite a lot of darts with not much of a break or rest in between, which isn't the most ideal when you're getting over
65.
an injury like Lisa Ashton is, and not just an injury, but also that surgery as well.
Can we see a flash of the Ashton
96.
excellence
Lisa Yukar, 170.
through the pain barrier? And that's been part of the problem, that a lot of the darts at the 20 segment have drifted
50.
one side or the other.
That'll come just because there'll just be a little bit of lift, not fully propelling and throwing through to the board. And that'll just be that slight anticipation that comes from
100. Lisa Yukar, 120.
the possible pinch you may feel in that arm.
Nothing wrong with those.
100.
She can't complete
Adam
the
Yukar,
combination, so Mould gets a
103.
look at 103 to hold and double his lead. Double top.
83.
Both players
Lisa
missing the
Yukar, 20.
opportunity in the second leg.
Getting shot on the second leg. Lisa Ashton.
Better from Ashton, who hasn't had too much success on the doubles
Third leg, Lisa to throw first.
throughout
Game
her
on.
week so far. Maybe she took the idea of double trouble to heart.
83.
Yeah, it was part of the inaugural special week at the Super Series last week. Seemed to have gone down well with the players and
58.
viewers alike. And we did see her participate in Group C, which she was
57.
joint bottom of the Colin Osborne. The week in the end won by Neil Duff, who actually showed everyone that
83.
it's not all about being the best player all week, because he finished 5th in Group A and 2nd in Group C before actually winning the whole
57.
thing on finals night.
Very popular week. I'm sure a lot of players want to be involved in
100.
that sort of week as well. As a player, we do like the sort of different formats and concepts.
It was interesting as well hearing from some
100.
players, and you said, you know, how often do you play double start? And some of them was every week. There's a tournament in my local area that does that every Wednesday. Lisa Ashton's answer was never. I've never played it before.
180.
Adam Mould finding 3 trebles for the first time in this match.
39. Adam Yukar, 80. Getting shot on the
And
third
it's a lovely
leg.
little
Adam
spell
Mould.
of 5 perfect darts.
Fourth leg, Adam to
180
through
followed
first.
by 80
Game
in
on.
2. And he's on a roll. A mouldy roll. And
139.
the little spell ended at 7. Expertly executed arrows.
133. 97. 46. 87. 140.
She just puts herself back in the picture in this leg, but Adam has 6 darts from 178.
80.
Rescues the situation with the last. Lisa making a dash to the finish line here.
165. Adam Yukar, 98.
Yeah, one of the treble 10 there, just strayed into the treble 15. Double 19 for Mould.
60.
Okay,
Ratio
well, Lisa
class
has to be
17.
careful about the single here. 188 will be the route.
Game shot on
Well,
the
she does
fourth
take
leg.
it out. I had a
Lisa
slight
Ashton.
concern because we have seen so many stray darts from Lisa Ashton, but she was absolutely
Fifth leg, Lisa to
on
throw
point
first.
there.
Game on. $41. 100.
Lisa did the Lauby there. He was the only player in the entirety of the previous series to take out 17.
45.
I don't waste my evenings.
I'm sure that's a stat that'll be in the bio of Danny Lauby's X account.
140.
PDC Tour card holder, only player to its 17 finish.
59.
I actually think 944 is underused on the 17 checkout.
45.
You miss either side, you haven't bust. But a player of my standard is always thinking about what happens when I miss and
60.
where I miss. And often it's 2 or 3 segments away anyway.
140.
Put one for beginners.
85. Adam your car, 76.
To be fair, that explains why
36.
you went 11-3 now.
Yeah, well, I wasn't going for it. Yeah, you're right. I know which way Adam Mould will go here.
83.
Watch this, it
Adam
ends
your
up
car,
going in double
40.
5 and then double 15 now.
Game
Straight in the
show on
middle of
fifth
top,
leg,
so
Adam
Mould gets back in charge of this match because not only does he lead, but he's broken as well. 3-2.
Sixth leg Adam to throw first. Game on.
Well, it could turn out to be a grey day for the Lancashire Rose.
93.
Adrian Gray is in action next. He takes on Jamie Kelling. Looked $1 million in his first match.
43.
And a pound shop version in his second.
$140.
Making his move now. Adam Mould. He did get that breaker throw up where I think is the perfect point to break. I absolutely love the breaker throw. At 2 apiece in a race to 4. Just gets you to command the oche at the key moment. And he's commanding this leg. Commanding the match.
180.
What a time to find his second maximum of the game.
140. Adam your car, 88.
Won't be this visit.
36.
Does his best to ensure it's the next. Ashton needs another out of nowhere big score to put some pressure on.
43. Adam your car, 52.
Fails to apply any. So double 16 for Mould to wrap up the win.
20.
I feel the pressure here is coming from Mould rather than Ashton. He'll be aware of the situation and the league table stakes.
70. Adam your car, 32.
Yeah, could still totally turn his day around after 2 defeats. Can still
Game show on
finish
the match, Adam
with a
Mould.
positive record, and that is the start of it. Mould beats Ashton 4-2, having lost his first 2 today. And it wasn't a bad display all told for Mould. He averages 95, 4 out of 9 on the doubles, a couple of maximums in there as well, and a nice 82 checkout in that 6-leg battle. Next up then, Adrian Gray, unbeaten so far against the man who produced the performance of the day so far, Jamie Kelling. The middle match of the day about to get underway, or the session at least. Of course, it's a double dose of darts for you Super Series fans, with Group B getting underway this evening. But Group C is about quarter of the way through, half through today's session and a full session on Friday. And myself and Matthew Edgar will guide you through every match, every dart, every twist and every turn. And we've seen some twists and turns already, because Jamie Kelling produced the best performance of the group by far so far, when he beat Adam Mould earlier with a 4-3 win and an average of 103.59. But then that level dropped dramatically when he lost 4-1 to the ADC Europe qualifier Timothy Verbrugghe, who Adrian Gray had beaten in Game 1
60.
and backed up with a 4-0 demolition of Lisa Ashton in Game 2. So Gray currently sits top of the table. Kelling looking to inflict his first defeat.
125.
For Adrian Gray here, this will be quite a tricky game to navigate, because this is one that will draw you in, because you'll think, what
85.
version of Jamie Kelling am I going to get? Am I going to get the Game 1 version or the Game 2? And with that, you just end up becoming a little bit more aware of mistakes,
96.
or you start counting the opportunities. You get a lot of people say play the board, but
140.
when you're up there, it becomes a very, very hard strategy to continue and persist with.
$60. 140.
Gray making headway in leg 1, down to 76 after a dozen.
140.
Kelling clings on in contention. Double 4 now.
72.
That reaction suggests that he knows that Kelling is more than capable. Two tens.
Game shot on the first leg.
And
Jamie
that is
Kelling.
a perfect start for Kelling, looking to put right that previous performance. He breaks in the opening
Same
leg.
like Jamie to throw first. Game on. $140.
There's always interest
100.
watching the various styles of the players. Adrian Gray, when that 80 was going in, stood over by the water table, back to the board. He was just waiting and listening. And you see now just
140.
eyes down to the floor until it's his time to start approaching up to the hockey. Yeah, some people that are meerkatting
60.
around the back of the stage, trying to peer over the shoulder and see what's going on. It's obviously very subjective and personal preference into what people like.
96.
I always find it to be a bit of a surprise, though, when you've got your head down, and tend to find it kind of builds a little bit more anxiety and being a bit more aware of what's going on.
And Kelling is looking
65.
in total control again here. I say in total control, he did only win that match where he had the brilliant performance, 4-3 against Adam
60.
Mould. Mould
Jamie
really came at
60.
him. He does seem to have a good grip on this game so far, and certainly will have if he can find double 10 again.
40. Adrian Car 141. $109. Jamie Car 20.
This time he'll have to.
Over to double 5. On the area of
10.
the board, I don't know many
Adrian Car
people that say,
32.
I really do like double 5.
Oh, this leg really has got away from Jamie Kelling. Adrian Gray looking to punish,
No score.
but can't.
Jamie O'Carr 10.
Well, he's had opportunities to win both the legs so far, Adrian Gray, and he may win none of them.
Game shot on the second leg. Jamie Kelling.
Well, he's muttering away to himself, probably thinking exactly what Matthew Edgar just said.
Third leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Kelling will feel, yeah, that was close. But will feel that he's pretty good value for a 2-0 lead himself. He's had
97.
9 darts at double. Always had goes at double before, Adrian Gray.
But as players, what you tend to do is count those opportunities
80.
and chances that have been there, and the conversations happen all the time, all the way through the evening around the Players' Hotel, which is why I always traditionally stayed away
100.
from the Players' Hotels or the more populated area with dart players, because you'll go down for dinner and you'll hear someone go, if I would have hit that 56,
96.
I had 2 darts at a double. Then you go down for your breakfast and same conversations are ongoing. Oh, I missed 3 darts in this leg and how'd I hit that? So
140.
those conversations will be going on right now in Adrian Gray's mind, where I think I've had 4 darts here. Could be 2-0 up. Very worst one apiece. Instead, I'm now chasing,
121. Adrian
but
O'Carr,
he's chasing hard
164.
here. Strong leg of darts. Sensible leg of darts. Opting to not chase down the bullseye here and just looking to lay up. Back down to double 16.
132.
All Kelling can do is apply some pressure, and that's a good dart to try and find a couple of treble 20s.
100.
Only managed
Adrian
one.
O'Carr 32. $16. Jamie O'Carr 104.
Now this is a chance to really hurt Adrian Gray, who will already be reeling after missing a couple of opportunities. To then come back, take out the 104. It's double 16.
72. Adrian O'Carr 16.
Big moment. Opportunity there to get the double breaker throw. Just taking a moment here, Adrian Gray. Trying to control the heart rate.
8. Jamie O'Carr 32.
There's now 10 darts missed at double in this game for Gray.
Game shot on the third leg. Jamie Kelling.
Jamie Kelling takes full advantage. Last week
Fourth
was
leg,
called
Jamie to
double
throw
trouble.
first.
That is
Game
what Adrian Gray is suffering here. Someone call a doctor.
41.
He might want to call the police because he's going to feel like he got burgled there.
Oh, there's a little look over his shoulder.
$100.
Well, he's looking again. What's occurring here? You see that quite a lot in darts, don't you? A player misses 10 darts at double and then suddenly become aware
100.
of something that does or does not happen behind them. It's not for us to suppose what
97.
may or may not have gone on there, but Jamie Kelling is one of the quietest, calmest, most placid people you could ever wish to meet.
Well, we have seen some things on that stage recently, haven't we? Maybe he just felt a little bit tense in the
140.
belly.
That's one way of putting it.
47. Adrian O'Carr 164.
Sometimes players just need to think of something to fire themselves up. Maybe that's what Gray's done here.
100.
Fire in the belly for Adrian Gray.
125, Adrian Carr 64. Getting shot on the fourth leg.
That's
Adrian
better.
Gray.
Much better. Nice leg of darts. 14 dart leg for Adrian Gray.
Fifth leg, Adrian
Whose
to
throw
throw
it
first.
is next.
Game on.
Wouldn't look at him, would he? Went over to the table,
58.
turns his back. Very old school here from Adrian Gray.
Do you have a favourite darting incident? Something silly
100.
that's gone on the hockey?
It might just be because it's recently in my mind, but it's got to be Gary Anderson, Wesley Harms,
100.
and purely because of the Gary Anderson interview afterwards.
Yeah, well, as he just very, very loosely alluded to, we had a similar incident here between Ron Muhlenkamp and Darren
58.
Webster, which caused a bit of a splash, made the front page of a national newspaper.
One out of them, 40. $60.
To pardon the pun, we never did get to the bottom of it.
100.
But in the one between Gary Anderson and Wesley Harms, I think it was confirmed later that smell came from neither player.
41. Adrian Carr 103.
In this room, there's only the two players and the referee.
71.
I'll tell you what, Adrian Gray has allowed it, hasn't he, to really get him going.
He's
59.
throwing the darts
Adrian
firmer,
Carr,
isn't he? That's
32.
for sure. Maybe just trying to be a bit too deliberate
the
at
fifth
times
leg,
in those
Adrian
opening
Gray.
legs, but no problems on the doubles now for Adrian Gray, and the problem may be appearing for Jamie Kelling,
Six leg Jamie to throw first.
who will
Game
just
on.
be seeing this performance in front of him and just almost panicking because he's had to rely on the misses
45.
of Adrian Gray.
I do hope there's no real animosity here. It must be difficult. Have you been in a
100.
practice room where there has been?
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. Many times.
Often in knockout darts, obviously those players then leave after their match, where here
60.
they've got another day to spend together.
And there's been many situations. Players have problems on the stage. They leave
95.
the stage with a problem. It lasts 5 minutes, if that. It very, very quickly diffuses. Everyone's very well aware that we live in a sort of
96.
small bubble environment here in the darting world, and I've never really known any fallout between players last any more than a matter of minutes.
97.
And this game might only be lasting a matter of minutes more. Adrian Gray visibly throwing
95.
harder
Adrian
and
Carr,
faster
129.
and significantly better.
He has become the aggressor on the hockey.
97.
Decides not to be tempted by the bullseye.
45. Adrian Carr 32.
Doesn't like that one. And it's a long way away. Better. Closer.
No score. Jamie
But not
Carr,
close enough. And it's a
160.
return to the double trouble from earlier in the match when he missed his first 10.
But he will get more. A target
100.
he's been
Adrian
persistent
Carr,
in leaving
32.
on a regular basis. Clearly a favourite of Adrian Gray.
Getting shot on the sixth leg.
And he
Adrian
has
Gray.
managed to fight back. Nice, respectful bump of fists.
Seventh and final leg. Adrian to throw first. Game on.
But what a fight back this is from Adrian Gray. 3-0 down to 3-3 and now throwing for the win.
100.
This is Jamie Kelling, who averaged 103 and change in his opening match. Could be
61.
about to make it 2 defeats from 3.
$95.
Again, last start in hand. Digs Adrian Gray out of the hole.
140. $44.
Not on this occasion. Can you find with a last start?
I think he was just reminding himself that he needs to put the bins out tonight. Shouted rubbish, rubbish, rubbish as he retrieved his darts.
140.
I think he was still saying it. Oh, very, very strange, because we could see Jamie Kelling statuesque behind him. So to have a little look over his shoulder.
138.
Very, very interesting. Didn't see Jamie do anything wrong. Gray felt he noticed something. Something is stirring at the Super Series.
120. Educa 124.
Well, he can't blame anyone or anything for that.
Went for the treble.
84.
Took the risk going for the smaller section, and the big turnaround may not be a completed job.
Tops for Jamie Kelling to close the door.
No score.
But he
Educa
can't.
40.
He's had his chances. He led the match 3-0. He's now just missed 3 darts to win the match 4-3. And Adrian Gray gets his go.
Getting shot on
The
match.
comeback
Adrian Gray.
is complete. Adrian Gray gets the job done, gets the game won. Jamie Kelling will be bitterly disappointed, having squandered that 3-0 advantage. And Gray, well, he kept turning around in the match, and he turned the match around. Coming next, Jacob Gwyn takes on Timothy Verbrugghe. Welcome back. This is the final one of the third round of fixtures in a highly competitive Group C. A Group C that has been led by Adrian Gray, who's won all of his matches so far. And a couple of defeats for Jamie Kelling have presented a huge opportunity for Timothy Verbrugghe and Jacob Gwyn. Whoever wins this match will be in provisional second spot come the end of this round of matches. And Gwyn, with a win, would make it a perfect start to life on the Super Series stage. He defeated Lisa Ashton 4-3 in his opener, got the same result against Adam Mould, and is looking to make it a hat-trick here.
$54. $134.
There'll normally be a point in a day when you're here on debut
96.
where it starts to feel familiar going up there. And that'll be around about this point now for Jacob Gwyn.
58.
Certainly going up there against somebody who's also on debut here this week in Timothy will just give you that little bit extra confidence, because you're not going up there against someone who's
100.
got a massive CV where they've been in world finals and picked up big titles like a lot of players here at the Super Series. So
59.
this will be a game that both players will really fancy.
Yeah, Timothy, very impressive in that 4 win over Kelling, having been beaten by Gray in his
100.
opener. Gwyn doesn't play Gray until his last game today.
45.
Potentially could go into
Jacob
it with
Ricard,
both of them unbeaten.
151. $119.
That may be the case here for Jacob. A fine start to this match.
45. Jacob Ricard, 32.
Not happy with the lie here. He's going to have to come right across to the
Game
right
shot
hand
on
side
first
of the
leg.
hockey.
Jacob Gwyn.
From the Stephen Bunting position there, he was able to hit the double 16.
Second leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
And he was right at the very, very end of the hockey there. He nearly ran out a strip.
41.
It's Lakeside, isn't it, where they've got the hockey in place and they've got a strip either side. There's a bit of an extended hockey.
Yeah, the WDF brought that in a couple of years ago. I think after a little bit of a
85.
fight on stage, a verbal fight that is, between Scott Waits, the Yorkshireman, and Dave Parletti, I think were the two involved.
Yeah, I
42.
often call that extra mark in the Parletti line.
Basically, one of them was standing to the side of the hockey, Parletti, and Scott Waits believed that he was actually
43.
standing in front of the hockey.
$60.
There is obviously the argument that people believe the hockey shouldn't be a straight line, isn't it? It should be more of an arc.
Well, it
100.
would keep you throwing at the same distance, wouldn't it? From the middle to the edge.
$94.
So I noticed that the World Seniors designed to be a throwback tournament, of
100.
course, but no exclusion zone.
Well, think they're safe in the fact that Rod Harrington's not going to be joining the seniors tour anytime soon, aren't they? So
7.
For anyone new to darts, and I know that many people are recently, that is the yellow line around the black carpet. So you can't be in there when your opponent is throwing. When they're at the hockey, it's their turn.
And the reason we reference Rod Harrington is he was the reason for the invention of said zone. I believe it was
45.
Keith Deller that he was
Judgment
kicking in the
88.
back of the heels while he was playing his game.
Double 4 here for Gwyn.
Game shot on the
Found
second leg.
2-0.
Gwyn.
And this perfect start to his debut day at the Super Series continues.
Third leg Jacob to throw first. Game on. $59.
The Leeds lad doing Yorkshire proud.
$140.
Always been a hotbed of talent, hasn't it? Yorkshire, certainly within the county scene, was winning the
24.
Inter-Counties Championship in the Premier League for pretty much every season. Always littered with international talent.
83.
Some of the very best players to have played this sport coming through that Yorkshire system. Still, even now, very hotly contested
60.
in the Super League. Very big area though, isn't it? Very big scope. Very big selection of players.
The largest county
44.
in the country. And we did see Tom Sykes,
45.
as referenced by Jacob Gwyn, come and reach the grand final of Series 6. Real find. Looks like a very, very good player, a big future
84.
prospect. Joe Cullen, the main man in Yorkshire darts over the last few years in terms of the PDC game. And of course, the forefather really was Dennis Priestley.
100. Timothy O'Carr, 150. $92. $97. Timothy O'Carr, 58. Game shot on the third leg.
Verbrugghe in the
Timothy
match.
Verbrugghe. Fourth leg Timothy to throw first. Game on.
2-1, and it's a breaker throw as well.
$100.
We do actually have a very popular Open as well in Yorkshire. The Yorkshire
140.
Classic. Been running for many years up on the coastal line around the Bridlington, Scarborough area. You find a couple of holiday
43.
parks up there. Sort of jumped between a couple of them over the years. It was actually my first ever tournament, the Yorkshire Classic, back when I was 14.
96.
It's always been one of
$140.
the favourite events on the calendar. Everyone getting in lots of darts, pairs, mixed pairs, triples, singles, youth. And then a bit of a knees up in the evening.
95.
Shouldn't have mentioned Yorkshire darts without a mention for Beau Greaves as well, the dominant force in women's darts.
58. Jacob Ricard 170.
And now we're going to see something flashy from this young Yorkshireman. Not on this occasion, but he still would want to leave it handy as he is in a good position in this leg.
60. Timothy Ricard 160.
Well, he was.
78. Jacob Ricard 110.
Rectifies the situation with the last one. Just causing the urgency here for Jacob Gwyn. But he finds the treble. It's a dart. A double 16 to get that breaker throw back in his
78.
favour.
Timothy Ricard 82.
Well, this is the problem with going this route. Rather than starting on the ball, he has to
Game
end
shot
on
on the
it, but he
fourth way.
doesn't
Two
find
to
it a
zero.
problem. 2-2.
Fifth leg, Jacob to throw first. Game on. $40.
If he gets this
100.
range going, he's very good with that opening dart.
$82.
Jacob has been asked questions so far in both of his opening victories, showing us a lot
41.
of fighting spirit and quality. It was a 4-3 against Lisa Ashton, went all the way to the last leg decider, and that was the same case when he beat Adam Mould, again by 4 legs to 3. But he did it in 2 different ways. Against
100.
Lisa Ashton, he had the darts in the last leg. Against Adam Mould, he was against the throw. So again, some real good key qualities on the show from the cracker.
60.
It could be
60.
a really crucial game this in this group. Gwyn wins it, he puts 4 points between himself and Verbrugghe. If the Belgian gets a victory, they're
45.
level. He's only 2 points off Adrian Gray at the top of the table. And he's got Lisa Ashton to play in his next game, who's yet to record a victory today.
$134. $45. Jacob Ricard 85.
Just teeing up the...
No score.
Well, I was going to say, just teeing up the double, but he's busted his score there.
$60. Jacob
Not
Ricard
too much damage
85.
done though in the situation. Would have been more than happy with this situation at the start of the leg. Throw in at 85.
What is it?
45. Timothy Ricard 150.
Tried something similar, but didn't go for the bullseye. And it proved to be the right play.
98.
Seeing some
Jacob Ricard 40.
Cunning things here from some of the players. And Gwyn does get 3 darts at tops in the end.
$20. Timothy Ricard 52.
Double 6 wasn't what he intended. And it's not what he
46.
hits.
Jacob Ricard 20.
It's all getting a little bit messy and tense. A real tipping
Being shown
point
the
of
fifth
this
leg,
match.
Jacob Gwyn.
Jacob Gwyn, like he's done in game 1 and 2, finds a way to get through those tense
Sixth leg,
moments.
Timothy to throw first. Game on. $60. $60. $96.
Bit of a slow burner this game. It looks like Jacob Gwyn is going to have 3
$99.
hard-fought victories if he comes out this one. He's kind of caught everyone at the right time, hasn't he? Verbrugghe producing his poorest performance here.
$95.
That's going to give him a real good opportunity to join Shane McGurk on Saturday night.
And to try and follow in the footsteps
59.
of Tom Sykes, as he mentioned. We did see Sykes the first time he came here wasn't the same player as he was the next
60.
time. You mentioned there'll be a learning curve here for Jacob Gwyn, so it'll be some bonus to get to Saturday at the first attempt.
100.
To do that, needs to be in the top 2. 2 places available in the Group C. Like the Group A, which we've just watched, where Shane McGurk, the group winner,
60.
booked his ticket to Saturday night. There'll be 3 places available tonight in Group B. But you can get a lot of the job done on day 1 here.
$28. Timothy O'Carr, 130.
Also disastrous starts there for Gwyn. Will present a confidence boost to Timo, who may or may not
105.
go
Timothy
for the
O'Carr,
bullseye.
155.
Well, he did go for it on that occasion with Gwyn on 155. A really tricky finish. I'm slightly surprised.
81. Timothy O'Carr, 25.
The big number was a problem for him in Group A, not a problem here. Right, smack
Being shown
bang in the
sixth
middle of
leg,
the 9.
Timothy Verbrugghe.
And we once again go all the way in a Jacob Gwyn game.
Seventh and final leg, Jacob to throw first.
The
Game
cracker will have another crack at winning a last leg decider. 2 played, 2-1.
He is yet to crack under the pressure of a deciding leg.
95. $140.
Wonder if Timothy will crack on. That's a really good start. Steely focus has remained
97.
etched on his face all week. You would never know if he had a pair of aces or 7-2 off suit in his
37.
hand. Gwyn may be playing his hand here.
99.
Can't get down to a finish, but he's in a good position after 9.
$60.
Just feels like one of those sort of... Almost feels like this match is to qualify, the way the 2 players are approaching it. It's one of those really tense encounters.
40.
It's in the middle of the first day of the group. You get the sense that both players have marked it as important,
100.
maybe
Jacob O'Carr,
even
170.
vital for their chances of qualifying.
2 treble 20s required, won't go. No, it's just the set-up play.
59. Timothy Ricard, 154.
Is that enough? He'll get a shot at the 111, but he's
60.
going to need
Jacob
to
Ricard,
find a treble with the
111.
opening 2 darts.
There's been a lot of safe stuff in this last leg. One of them needs to attack. Treble 17, not found. Verbrugghe will have darts. 94,
79.
has a choice to
Timothy
make
Ricard,
here.
94.
Aggressive, or does he go for the bullseye? Well, he was aggressive, then went for the bullseye,
Green
and
shot
then
on the
hit
mark.
tops
Timothy
for a fabulous rescue finish. Timothy Verbrugghe take a bow in a match that was littered with tension and Arrow's angst. A brilliant bailout of a finish that 94 sees the Belgian beat Gwyn, his first defeat in 3 matches on debut here at the Super Series. But that really may be a turning point for Timothy, who moves into P2, chasing Adrian Gray, who's in action next. He takes on Adam Mould. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Group C is in full swing on week 1 of Series 7. 9 fixtures fulfilled, 6 to go, and this is what's happened so far. 4 threes aplenty, 6 of them in those first 9 games. Wins for Gwyn, Gray and Kelling by that margin in the first 3 games. Gray has gone on to remain unbeaten so far. Jacob Gwyn has just lost for the first time, and Timothy Verbrugghe, as a result, has leapfrogged him into second place in the league table. Gray looking to stay on top, but he's got a tough test coming next against 4th place Adam Mould, who's got 1 win from his 3 games. And Jamie Kelling, maybe surprisingly, the favourite, has only beaten Mould. He did it in style, but has lost his 2 games since. Lisa Ashton yet to get off the mark. So it is Mould against Gray. And a real opportunity here. Matthew Edgar alongside me for Adrian. If he wins this, he starts to open up a bit of a gap, doesn't he, to the chasing pack.
Absolutely, and then the players ultimately become very, very well aware of that as well. It hasn't been without drama for Adrian Gray, but he's found a way of coming out on top in all the situations, including turning around from 3-0 down against the group favourite Jamie Kelling in his last
First leg,
fixture.
Adam to throw first. Game on.
Mould has a darts in this best of 7 legs encounter.
$100.
Steady, I think, has been a way to describe Adam Mould's week, but he did have the opportunity to get into Group B. Played a decisive match, the very last match of Group A yesterday, was beaten by Nathan Gervin, who took that place. The winner would have got it, and Mould was on the wrong end, so now has to do it the hard way in terms of getting to finals night.
Certainly rose his game in terms of statistics today,
85.
but just without being able to get over the line, he lost his first couple of games by 4 legs to 3. Just on the wrong end of last leg deciders.
60.
Not an ideal dart there for
60.
Adrian Gray with that flat landing dart just sitting on the top wire. It almost makes it a bit of a boundary there that you saw him have to shuffle across to the right to try and open up the shot. The flat landing dart,
55.
something I can speak all day about. Something I specifically at one point tried to get the darts to do, and a lot of people don't like that style, the
45.
dart landing flat, because it cuts off certain areas, but actually it also opens up some. Remember, Phil Taylor went beyond flat landing dart, didn't he? It's almost hung in the board, and you always
59.
need it to go on the bottom wire. Anything on the top, you have to switch around the board.
$97.
Well,
Adam, your car,
170 on offer in the opening leg here. Adam Mould, the man trying to take it out, won't be doing that, but it's a big one for Gray as well.
60. Adrian, your car, 156. $44. Adam, your car, 110.
Struggling to locate a treble until that
78.
last start, but if Gray
Adrian Carr,
finds one, he'll have a go at a double.
$60. Adam, your car, 32. Game shot on the first leg. Adam Mould.
Double found by Mould, who leads 1-0.
Second leg, Adrian to throw first. Game on. $140. $96. $60. $100. $140.
161 for Gray after 9 darts.
58. Edukar 161.
And Mould not in touching distance.
65. $119. Edukar 96. 88.
Good
Edukar
setup, but a chance for
128.
Mould to double his lead. Treble 18 for starters. And another. Couldn't find it.
88. Edukar 8.
Well, you were talking about his flat-lying darts, and that's why he's had to move along it. If that seemed to hit that dart and deflect so disastrously,
Gain shot on the second leg.
if he
Adrian
puts himself
Gray.
in that position again, we'll try and show you just how difficult it is for him. He does manage to
Third
get
leg
out
Adam to throw first. Game on.
on the double 2 in the end to level the match at 1-1.
That's why a lot of people really don't like the flat-lying dart, but if you do work out how to use it, it can be such a good tool.
Well, as you said, it opens up some things and closes others. So where it blocked double 4 for him, but if he was on, say, double 16, it's just laying down a little
140.
bed for him to build on.
Which is why he's traditionally doing everything in his power to leave himself on that area of the board.
Right, where's this come from?
140.
It ends at 5. Magic darts from Mould.
$100. $130.
That's where after that first start, you just expect him to find another treble. It's been a good scoring leg here from Adrian Gray, but he might not even get anywhere near a shot.
35. Edukar 121.
We saw him earlier on do this in the reverse route style. Treble 17 first. Now it'll be treble 18. And now he will shoot for the bull.
96.
And he was
Edukar
not far away,
16.
as evident in his expression.
Gain shot on the third leg. Adam Mould.
Well, Mould is certainly up for this. And again, it's a big game for him. The games are bigger, aren't they, on a
Fourth leg Adrian
opening
to throw
day of Group
first.
C,
Game on.
and they might be on the opening day of Group A, because you can very quickly find yourself getting cut adrift in a 2-day group, and Mould knows that he could find himself
100.
disappearing into the distance behind Gray if he were to lose this match. If he wins it, then he's just 2 points, 1 win behind him. He could get that win against him tomorrow.
93.
It's the main thing, isn't it? You want to be in touching distance, you want to be close and have it all in your own hands going into tomorrow, not looking around the room, looking for favours. And Adrian Gray currently running away with things at the top.
58. $60. $96. Edukar 161.
This game started
57.
slowly. The first leg was well off the pace for both players, but it has improved as it's gone on. They both have
$100. Edukar 104. 56. Adam, your car 154.
This a very preferred area of the board now for
56.
Adrian Gray.
Adrian, your car 48.
He'll be opting for the 16 for double. He has repositioned himself on the oche here. Shuffled across to the left-hand side.
16. Adam, your car 98.
Obviously felt that dart was slightly obscuring his double 16 attempt. Mouldy licking his lips at the opportunity.
60. Adrian, your car 32.
We mentioned that double 16 being a key part of his game and how that dart may help him.
Game shot on the
And
fourth
that
leg.
paints the
Adrian
picture
Gray.
perfectly. 2-2.
Fifth leg, Adam to throw first. Game on. $41.
Only 41
$100.
to open from Adam Mould. Pauling still hasn't found that 50 pence, has he?
$100. $50. $97. $81. $93.
Well, 170. One offer for Adam Mould, and Gray will be right with him if he scores a ton. Forget that.
180.
He's got the lots.
Adam, your car 170. $100. Adrian, your car 90. $65. Adam, your car 70.
So to get the lead at 3-2 against a man who is yet to be beaten. One dart it will be.
$38.
That dart is
Adrian
missed, and now
25.
Gray has a golden opportunity.
Game shot on the fifth leg. Adrian Gray.
Just like the opportunities that have presented himself so far throughout the day.
Sixth leg, Adrian to
The
throw
opportunities
first.
that have
Game on.
seen him top of the table. He could now start to open up a bit of a gap between himself and the rest of the group.
140. $140.
Mentioned 4 threes in the first 9 games of this group. Is this one
58.
going to make it 7 out of 10?
$95. 95.
We've seen players run away with a Group C campaign on the opening day and then
96.
struggle on day 2. That's why I don't see that though with Adrian Gray. Very experienced player. Been around for a long time. Remember the first sort of time watching
61.
him was he played in the old Las
Out of your
Vegas
car,
Classic.
170.
It's not the first attempt that Moulds had at the 170, but it's the same outcome. This time, though, he will leave
98.
himself handy, and
Adrian
Gray
Carr,
is on a big outshot
147.
himself, 147.
I swear that last start coming out will frustrate him now, because even a single 20 would have left him a much more gettable shot on the 127.
$58. Out of your car, 72.
Well, 65 left now, so he's going to have to go 15s. And the button. Pushes the button.
Game shot on the
And
sixth
pushes
round.
Adrian
Adam
Gray
Mould.
all the way. Another game goes to a decider. The pair see the funny side, but which side
Seventh
will
and
it
final
fall?
leg, Adam to throw
Mould
first.
has the
Game on.
darts. Gray hasn't been beaten yet today. Will that change here?
Every single game today that Adam Mould has played has gone to a last leg shootout.
60.
We said at the start of the day he's consistent and hard to beat. Case in point there in the results.
60.
Perfect dart that was for Adam Mould.
100.
I think this has been probably the frustration of the week for him. How many times he's landed that perfect first start and only come away with 100.
135.
Now ask the question by Adrian Gray.
$55.
Doesn't have the answer on this occasion. Advantage Gray if he can find one more hit.
96. $54. $100.
Adam Mould nodding along in the background. He thinks he's seen this all before.
Goes bullseye with a second dart to help his options.
65.
Didn't have to
Adrian
stay on the
Carr,
treble 20,
110.
but or even the single 20, but that's what he opted for. Has left to finish in the end. Treble 18 for double thereof, but it's not going to go. So Mould will get the chance to win the match, but it will have to be with an absolute blockbuster of a checkout.
44. Out of your car, 167.
Two trebles. Doesn't find the first one, so Adrian Gray will come back for 66. But this might not be as easy as it seems in terms of numbers. If you don't get that first dart right, it's only going to be a dart at the match.
Gets it perfectly right. And
Shot on the match.
finds
Adrian Gray.
the winning double. For the fourth time today, Adrian Gray is a victor. 4 from 4 for the league leader. And it is all falling into place for Gray. For Adam Mould, it is only one win from his 4 matches. And he's been on the wrong end of 4-3 returns in all of the games that he's lost. It could have been so different for Mould, but Adrian Gray gets the job done, stays unbeaten. Coming next, it's Timothy Verbrugghe against Lisa Ashton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series. For the fourth time this week, we're going to see the four-time Women's World Champion take on Timothy Verbrugghe of Belgium here on debut at the Super Series. And for Lisa Ashton, it's not been too much of a happy hunting ground. She's only picked up one win so far across her 4 days of action, but that was against the player she's going to take on in this fixture. Timothy has grown into the week as the week has gone on. He ended yesterday with a hat-trick of victories, and he has got 2 victories on the board already in his Group C campaign.
Game on.
That means, as things stand, Timothy provisionally in a qualification place.
100.
Jacob Gwyn and Jamie Kelling coming up next to complete
67.
the full cycle of fixtures. And it's starting to get a little bit desperate for Jamie Kelling, who was the very strong favourite
43.
to win this group. He'll certainly be hoping that Lisa Ashton can back up
98.
that victory she had against Timothy on Monday.
$80.
Once again, Lisa
58.
opting to use the entire board throughout this game. Expect to see the switchers if you've not been watching for the rest of the week so far. Lisa
58.
mixing it up between the two big sort of power scoring numbers, opting to open up on the 19s on occasion, just to
57.
get a lower target rather than having to fully extend that arm and power through to the treble 20s, which is exactly where Timothy is right now.
180.
Gets the iconic call of Mr. Paul Hinks.
100. Timothy Carr, 40.
Not many, if any, better at bellowing out that 180.
Getting shot on the first leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
And Verbrugghe gets the first leg in the ledger.
Second
Partly
leg,
thanks
Lisa
to
to
it.
throw first. Game on.
This
45.
result, if it does go the way of Timothy, though, is going to put Jamie Kelling on serious alert. Going into that next fixture, he would be 4
60.
points away from a qualification place and playing another player in Jacob Gwyn, who, if he does get that victory, would put him 4 points behind two players, both Timothy and
180.
Jacob Gwyn. But Lisa back up on the 20s and with huge success.
Yeah, no reason why she can't win this one. Her
22.
only win of the week so far did come in this fixture when they met on Monday.
$45.
If you are just joining us, it's been a competitive group, so the league table might not tell the true story. 7 out of the 10 games have been
60.
won in last leg deciders. Adam Mould has been in 3 of those and lost 3 of those. His only win coming against Lisa Ashton, and he finds himself 6
125.
points off Adrian Gray at the top. Gray on 8, Verbrugghe and Gwyn on 4,
97,
Mould and
Lisa
Kelling
Carr
on 2,
100.
Ashton yet to pick up any points, but that may change here. In her penultimate game, again she finds a treble 20. Single 10, leaves double 18.
88.
See, with Lisa opting to use the bottom end of the board quite a lot, I'm surprised that she didn't opt to go for the 14 and be able to use a double 16.
22.
Instead,
Lisa
we'll
Carr,
be
18.
hanging out here at the top of the board once again. Opting to split this time to go to that
Game shot on the
lower
second leg.
segment
Lisa
and
Ashton.
gets it in the top corner. One that Ronaldo would have been very proud of.
Third leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, just in. But in is all that matters.
26. $100.
Seems to be playing with a lot more freedom at the moment, Lisa Ashton. She's always going to be
60.
one of those dangerous players. When you look at the table and see her at the bottom on 0, you never think, well, I can dismiss Lisa Ashton as an option when you go head-to-head with her.
83.
You know what she's capable of doing and pulling out. Record holder for a period of time, the highest
140.
average of any female player on a TV stage. She did that at the UK Open back in Milton Keynes. She
85.
took on Aaron Beanie up on the main stage.
$140.
One of those numbers that Lisa Ashton needs to be careful with. And hasn't
59.
been.
Timothy Carr, 135.
It's one little thing that she really could work on, isn't it? Those shots around that range, to know how to get herself to finishes. She scored the 38 with the first 2 darts,
57.
and going for the bull, and 25 would have left her a shot.
$134.
That's a lovely
Timothy
setup,
Carr,
though,
78.
in case Verbrugghe doesn't take this out.
It's going to be a dart at tops.
58. Lisa Carr, 40.
Well, to really make a mark on this match.
Game shot on the third leg. Lisa Ashton.
Break a throw for Ashton. She's
Fourth leg, Lisa to throw first.
playing with
Game
a bit
on.
of freedom and a bit of a smile across the face.
Very good to see, and if the shackles can be off for the rest of the day, then who knows?
140.
2 wins, she just gives herself the chance, especially if Adrian Gray can keep winning and that second spot is fiercely fought between the rest of the field.
Well, they always do
83.
say you can lose 3 games. It doesn't matter where they are. Don't play the league table. Just try and win 7. She can still get to 7. And with darts like this,
140. 140. 78. 58. Lisa Carr, 143. 93.
it's almost a performance that Timothy might not have expected coming into this game. Certainly if he looked at the league table and he's been here
180.
on
Lisa
Monday,
Carr,
Tuesday,
50.
Wednesday, saw Lisa Ashton only pick up the 1 victory out of 15 games.
Game shot on the 4th leg. Lisa Ashton.
Well, Lisa Ashton taking that out, that route for the 14th time this week.
5th leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
No, she's been below par, hasn't she, all week, and she's playing as maybe we expected her to play after that seniors
60.
run in this match.
$100.
Yeah, this is a very confident and assured performance from Lisa Ashton.
140.
Timothy not playing too bad himself. Statistically, his best performance of the day, and he's come into this in a
83.
qualifying space as things stand. Just to further support the fact of this really
60.
good Ashton performance here.
$55.
May well end up being one of the most convincing displays of the group. We've been talking about all the close matches, but this is a
32.
dominant performance so far from Lisa. Should come down for the 19s.
81. 59.
Well, come on, Lisa, do it in 4. 180, double 1.
45. Timothy Ricard, 160.
Just stuttering, but this isn't a disaster for Ashton. This is Timothy's throw.
28. Lisa Ricard, 137. 97. Timothy Ricard, 122.
Big moment potentially here in the week with Timothy.
97. Lisa Ricard, 40.
And a big moment for Lisa Ashton as well, who
Game
gets
shot on
the
the
job
match, Lisa
done,
Ashton.
gets a game won, and picks up just her second win of the week, but more importantly, her first win in this group. And she knows that her chances will still be alive. Yes, she may be playing through the pain barrier, but she's inflicted the pain on her opponent there. A 4-1 success, a stellar showing. She's off the mark. Coming next, Jamie Kelling takes on Jacob Gwyn. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, your daily dose of darts. And today it's a double dose of arrows action, as Group C has 4 fixtures left to play on the opening day. And Group B will get going tonight, 10 p.m. Do set your reminder, subscribe to the YouTube channel, and make sure you join us. There are some top talent, some real entertainers in that group. Reece Robinson, Richard North, Nathan Gervin, Johnny Barnes, who performed very well in Group A earlier in the week, and Bav Patel making his debut. Jacob Gwyn made his debut in this group. He faces Jamie Kelling in the pair's penultimate match of this session. And Kelling set his stall out with a 103 plus average in a 4-3 win against Adam Mould in his opener. Gwyn had won his first match 4-3 as well. In fact, went on to win his second by the same scoreline, but lost his third also in a last leg decider to Timothy Verbrugghe. But Kelling, well, it all went wrong for him after that opening victory. 2 defeats since, at the hands of Verbrugghe, 4-1 that one.
100.
And also losing out to Adrian Gray in a last leg decider. He's now looking to go level on points with Gwyn, who in turn is looking to go just 2 points behind the league leader, who he would play 41 in his final match.
It is all shaping up quite interestingly here for that second place battle now that Lisa Ashton's chucked a name in the mix as well, going on to 2 points, winning our last game against Timothy. 4 legs to 1. If Jamie Kelling is able to get the victory here, then it 45. All does bunch up very, very tightly. Just 2 points separating bottom to second.
That was a real highlight of that opening performance. He hit 4 of those in his first match.
$78. Jamie Ricard, 111.
Ops for tops.
71.
And a time on his side at 180. Really separating the two in the scoring 69. Stakes of this game.
Car 40. $30.
Well, the leg ain't over until the double's been hit. Jacob Gwyn may have been a mile away when Kelling was first throwing at one, but suddenly he might find himself in the same postcode.
133. Jamie Car 10. $6.
And he's going to get a chance.
100.
After half a dozen darts are missed to win the leg by Jamie Kelling.
$80. Jamie Ricard,
can't take
4.
his chance.
May get more because that's awkward.
2. Jacob Ricard 20.
Well, that is now 9 darts that Jamie Kelling has had.
Game shot in the first leg.
Gwyn can't believe his luck. He almost apologises there to Jamie Kelling, who, as Matthew mentioned, missed 9 darts to win that leg.
Jacob to throw first.
Gwyn says thank you very much. Breaks his throat. Great darting name, isn't it, Gwyn?
100.
Isn't it? Isn't it? Yeah, the late, great John Gwyn, a master of the microphone.
100.
One of the great commentators. One of the big 3 forefathers of the darting commentary box, along
60.
with Messrs Sid Waddell and Dave Lanning. I'm sure all will be enjoying a game of arrows up 58. There somewhere.
$60. 180.
Well, he's having no problems on the maximums. He's the biggest 180 hitter in this group. That's his 7th so far of the day. But I'm sure he'd swap them all for a few
99.
points.
Treble 18 will now be the target.
95.
Well, Kelling once again puts himself in pole position, but Gwyn's a lot closer than he was in the previous leg, largely down to the fact that he's had the throw in this one.
55. Jamie Lucas, 68. $48. Jacob Lucas, 100.
Well, if this goes, Paul Hinks will absolutely love it. 57. Wrong side of the wire.
49. Jamie Lucas, 20.
He just wants this to go in. First start, very little drama. But it's not going to go in at all.
16. Jacob Lucas, 78.
A dozen disastrous darts at double for Jamie Kelling in this match. And Jacob Gwyn may punish him.
66.
It's catching.
Jamie Lucas,
He
4.
locked himself out of this double, didn't he, in the previous leg? Doesn't want a low one. That's what he
The
wants.
second leg, Jamie Kelling. Third leg, Jamie to throw first.
Sort of
Game
presents it with his hands to say, oh, there you are. They say 13's an unlucky
on.
number.
46.
Not for Kelling. It was the 13th dart at a double before he hit one.
Well, we were talking earlier about Adrian Gray's flat-lying darts. He has the
60.
opposite problem or strength, whichever way you look at it. His darts really do stand up, don't they? So that dart there is perfect. You should be using it and finding a treble.
60.
But when we saw that happen on the double two, twice, completely blocked it.
$41.
We've seen Jacob Gwyn in his opening game just very focused and
180.
very determined. As the day's gone on, he's sort of just started to live and breathe every single dart. He's got really drawn into the emotion of the matches.
83.
Maybe something that, with reflection, when he watches it back, he'll be able to see how the
61.
demeanour has changed throughout the day.
$60. Jamie Lucas, 154.
Well, there's no doubt that Kelling has been the protagonist in this
46.
game. It's been all about him.
$180. Jamie Lucas, 108.
Well, good timing from Gwyn. Good timing from me. As he makes his presence felt. But again, it's an opportunity
68.
given to
Jamie
him
Lucas,
by
77.
Jamie Kelling.
Gets a dart.
57. Jamie Lucas,
Just
40.
a little low there. Kelling now with it in the palm of his hands once again. But again, chasing it around the board.
30. Jacob Lucas, 20.
The frustration just starting to boil over now for Jamie Kelling, who will probably feel he could be off the stage with the job done by
He's
now.
on the third leg.
Instead,
Jacob Gwyn.
finds himself 2-1 down.
And that's a break as well. Gwyn has the darts here.
Fourth leg, Jacob to throw first. Game on.
He's undone this problem once, Jamie Kelling. He's going to have to undo it again.
60. 140. $40. 140.
There's certainly nothing wrong with the scoring part of the game here for Jamie Kelling. 7 scores of a ton or more. 3 of those have been 180s,
96.
2 140s. Despite the fact he's missed 15 darts at a double, he's still averaging around 76, which is mightily good considering he's
60.
missed a leg's worth of darts at double.
$98. Jamie Carr 161.
Well, again, Kelling is the robber running away
137.
in a leg, and Gwyn is the policeman trying to catch him.
$100. Jamie Carr 24.
Different target this time. Different
James on the
result.
fourth leg. Jamie
More
Kelling.
positive result as well there for Jamie Kelling. Definitely getting it with the first start as well. Not going through the
Fifth leg. Jamie to
angst
throw
of
first. Game on.
chasing it down with dart 2 and 3.
A 13 dart leg there for the Andover Arrows ace.
57.
Been quite a few players come from that part of the country, haven't they? From the Andover way. I do believe they used to play sort
58.
of a regular open there over multiple boards with a ranking system, which I believe was where James Wade first sort of fine-tuned his game.
100.
Yeah, in that area. He's in Aldershot. I think Andover's also home to Colin and Aaron Monk. Paul Hogan, I think, lives in Basingstoke.
99.
Phil Bars.
$60.
Never quite had the talent of the other darts players from that area, but does the next best thing.
Well, you could just say it's a work in progress, couldn't you, for Phil Bars at the
96.
moment?
$45.
Well, one of the things that we have been asking the audience to get in touch with us about is their suggestions, their ideas for future specials weeks after the last one went down so well. Maybe some kind of regional tournament is something that could be of interest. The best amateur player or players from each area going head to head.
60.
Trying to think of a week that'll give me the best chance of winning.
Matthew Edgar week, I think.
$140.
Probably would be a week involving the likes of me and Phil Bars, to be honest.
Should we have a Super
99.
Series staff
Jacob
week?
McClar 48.
Why not? A few of you have already played. This time Jacob Gwyn is the aggressor in a leg, and it's a leg he
James on the
wins.
fifth leg. Jacob
And a
Gwyn.
match he leads once again. It's a game which has seen every leg
Sixth
go
leg.
against the
Jacob to throw
throw.
first. Game on. $93.
Who is the best player from your area, Matthew?
96.
I don't think, in regards to Daventry, we've actually had anyone sort of play out
97.
of the town, really. But if we're looking a little bit further afield, and looking like into Warwickshire,
58.
do you know what? That's a tough question to answer, actually. I don't think we've got a standout player.
I set you up perfectly to say yourself. I'm amazed you haven't.
I thought you meant
85.
besides me.
Oh, okay.
You know I don't like self-praise.
40.
Which, while we're on that topic, I did say Adrian Gray was the most likely winner of the group.
You did say that, indeed. I'll reserve the
98.
praise for the end of the group. Jacob Gwyn might be staking his claim for being the second
137.
best player
Jacob Ducal,
in this group. He
128.
wins this. He's 3 from 4 on debut and 2 points off the top. 2 points clear of third. This won't go, but Kelling is on the maximum finish.
88. Jim Ducal, 170. $84. Jacob Ducal, 40.
So to get it done for the win for Jacob Gwyn. And he's done it.
Jacob Gwyn.
It's glory for Gwyn once again. A third victory from 4 matches on his maiden MODUS outing as Gwyn defeats Jamie Kelling, favourite to win the group before a dart was thrown, and put in a stellar performance in his first match. But he's lost all 3 since then and has sunk to the bottom of the table. The doubles did the damage for Kelling. Gwyn gets a win. 3 games to come, and Verbrugghe against Mould is the next one up. Right, 3 games to go in the opening day of Group C. And it's Timothy Verbrugghe against Adam Mould, Jacob Gwyn against Adrian Gray, and Lisa Ashton against Jamie Kelling. All of them trying to stop Gray. But if Gwyn can beat Gray in the penultimate match, and he will go level on points. So it's been very good for a couple of players so far. Gray can make it the perfect day if he beats him. Verbrugghe in this next match looking to join Gwyn on 6. But this is kind of massive for the bottom 3, isn't it? They've only got 1 win to their name. All of them have already lost 3 matches, and defeat for any of Kelling, Ashton and Mould in this match that's about to get started, well, that could be fatal.
It could be, and if results go the right way for Adrian Gray here, he could be going into tomorrow 6 points clear of a qualification place. So lots of interesting eyes on these next 3 fixtures as we look to wrap up Group C action for the day. Adam Mould would have really fancied his chances when he came into this group. He did lose that opportunity to be in Group B, but the second that had happened, he would have looked around the room, thought, who's in this Group C?
Game on.
Can I get in the top 2? And he'd have strongly fancied his chances.
Lovely start from Timo, who we've seen hot and cold from this week.
100.
Certainly a capable dart player. Let's not forget he's on his debut here as well. It's a big deal for him. Adam Mould's a man who's already won a week here. He will be devastated to be in this position, but he's the unluckiest of the players that are on 2 points, isn't he? Beaten 4-3 by Jamie Kelling, despite a very good performance. Kelling put in his best of the day. Beaten 4-3 by Jacob Gwyn. And also beaten 4-3 by Adrian Gray.
46.
Not found anything easy today. Nothing just coming the way you'd have planned or wanted.
140. 83.
He's taking on a player that he would have seen plenty of this week. Nothing will surprise him here with Timo.
140.
A very strong start
65.
for
Timothy
Verbrugghe, who will look at tops for a 13 dart leg. 10s for a 14 dart leg. Double 4 for a 15 dart leg.
32.
I won't keep doing it.
$121.
I'll take over then. Double 4 for a 16 dart leg.
No score. Adam, you've
Your
got 89.
little trick ends there. Can Adam Mould pick his pocket?
$41.
Bit of a erratic opening leg here. A leg that Timo looked fully in control of.
No score. Adam, your car 48.
It's kind of very much like that game we've just seen between Jamie Kelling and Jacob Gwyn, where Jamie Kelling raced down in the scoring stakes. Couldn't get the job done on the doubles. Got his pocket pinched.
Game shot on the first leg. Adam Mould.
9 missed by Verbrugghe. It was a case of Verbrugghe.
Second leg, Adam to through first.
Disastrous darts at double. And Mould made him pay.
$180.
Mould growing into the match.
70. $58. $60.
One of the things we haven't been able to see
134.
with Timo yet is that ability to ride the blows, and essentially last one would have been like he punched himself in the face.
58. Out of your car, 129. $43.
86 for Mould when he comes back.
137. Out of your car, 86.
Couple of visits should he need them, which gave him the luxury of going on to the 20s, but now it could just get a little bit messy here.
32.
Yeah, not happy at the moment, is he? Mould, usually such a fun guy.
45. Out of your car, 54.
Miserable today.
Getting shot on the second leg. Adam Mould.
In pops tops. That'll cheer him up.
Third leg, Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Not showing any signs of being cheered up, mind. 2-0 to Mould. The last game of his day, and if he wins it, he will catapult himself
100.
to third place in the table, despite only picking up 2 wins.
$140.
Main thing is that it'd be well and truly in the mix
100.
going into tomorrow. Still would be in his hands.
134.
And now starting to really race through the gears here. Look how
41.
quick he's approaching the hockey. We've seen this from him before where he starts picking up the pace. He just wants to get on there and throw, and it tends to be when he starts getting to his
140.
best. That little bit of injection of pace.
When Timo gets it right, it looks very, very good.
140. Adam Milcar,
Puts a
87.
little bit of pressure on Mould, but he's made a great fist of this leg. 87 after 9. He might not have been thinking he had to go for the ball.
62. Timothy Milcar, 120.
He went for it. He missed it. But he will return for the remainder.
60. Adam Milcar, 25.
So quick to the hockey. Adam Mould. Maybe too quick. He started his walk before Timo had even finished throwing the dart.
17.
It's a leg that he should
Timothy
never be
Milcar, 60.
losing. But missed singles and missed doubles may cost him. As Verbrugghe looks a double 10. Remember, he's now missed 10 darts at double in this
40.
game.
Adam Milcar, 8.
Make it 11. And now Mould gets in
20.
on the unwanted act.
Getting shot on the third leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
You do start getting to that point when you're missing where you
Fourth leg,
almost
Adam
feel like you
to throw
forgot
first.
how
Game
to
on.
hit. You'll be delighted with that last dart.
$140. $45. $58.
Big match coming next. Jacob Gwyn against Adrian Gray. Either two players will be on 8 points, or Gray will make it to the perfect 10.
25. 58. 58. 59.
This looks a bit lethargic at the moment, doesn't he? Adam Mould. Just clearly
97.
the results of the day weighing down on him a little bit. He's been so close to every single game, all going to a deciding leg.
Oh, we look at the end of the day, Adrian Gray may be on 10 points.
100.
He'll be thinking, that could have been me. And he might only be on 2 points, saying that.
78. Adam Yukar, 86.
You do count up the missed opportunities throughout a day. And there does come a point when you just realise that today is not your day. It still could
54.
be his game, though, here, Adam Mould, which would keep him well and truly in the mix for a place alongside Shane McGurk on Saturday night.
81. Adam Yukar, 32.
Double 16 then to move 2 clear and 1
Game
away.
shot on the fourth leg. Adam Mould.
As we said, big matches for those players on 2 points. A
Fifth
win
leg,
for
Timothy
Mould.
throw first. Game on.
Do you think they are now all hoping Gray does beat Gwyn and he goes away and they all try and catch him?
Yeah, you don't want to be
100.
looking at 2 players above you in that position. Absolutely. They'll be all fans of Adrian Gray.
Because if Gwyn did win that match, and there'd be 4 points off 2 players, but 4 points is
100.
a pretty big gap with 1 day's play to go.
$81. 77. 140. 98. 78. 98. Timothy the car, 102.
102 to keep the game going at least a little longer.
$78. Adam Yukar, 128.
That was the 14th missed-started double he's had in this game. And he may be punished to the hilt.
118. Timothy Yukar, 24. Game shot on the fifth leg. Timothy Verbrugghe. Sixth leg, Adam to throw first. Game on.
So match start. Been and gone there for Adam Mould, but this would be the leg that he was eyeing up as the one to get him over the line and give him that
125.
hope of qualifying still.
It's like you just said though, Matt, nothing's come easy for him, has it? Gets opportunities to make it easier.
40.
Just becomes unnecessarily embroiled.
$135.
He's trying to make easy work of this last leg. A mighty fine start here for him as well.
115.
Can try and work off that, even though it's in the wrong bed.
77.
Ends up a nice switch to leave a finish. Well, double start was last week, Timo.
81. Adam Bukar,
So time on his side this
164.
time for Adam Mould.
Will he? Does he?
Game,
He has.
shot on the match. Adam Mould.
Absolutely astonishing end. Adam Mould, out of the clear blue sky and out of this world, bashes his head with a dart. Where has that been all day, he thinks to himself. But it is a stunning 164 checkout to complete a 4-2 victory. And that could be one he looks back on tomorrow as pivotal in terms of his chances to make it through to finals night. He moves on to 4 points, 2 behind Jacob Gwyn, who himself is 2 behind the unbeaten league leader Adrian Gray, and the top 2 go toe-to-toe next. Back at the beautiful live lounge here in Portsmouth for maybe the key match in terms of qualification. Somebody could boost their chances massively. Adrian Gray might be about to put himself almost through. I know it's early to say that, and if you can win 5 matches in a day, you can lose 5 matches in a day. It's happened before, but Gray is looking to make it a perfect start to his Group C campaign. As for Jacob Gwyn,
First leg, Jacob to throw first.
well, I think he would have more
Game on.
than taken a return of 4 wins out of 5, and that's what will happen if he gets a victory in this one. And if he does, it makes it very difficult for the chasing pack to catch
60.
a pair of them. But a Gray win, and he really does get away.
He's not had it all his own way today. Adrian
60.
Gray has really had to dig out and grind out some performances. The big one when he was 3-0 down to Jamie Kelling, and certainly turned that one around.
93. 140. $28.
Got quite a sporty guy coming
100.
up tonight in Johnny Barnes, playing golf, snooker, cricket, all at a very high level. I've been informed that Jacob Gwyn actually is a bit of a sporty guy, meant to be a quite handy footballer.
Yeah, had trials for Leeds United when he was a whippersnapper.
105.
The lad from Leeds is trying to beat the man in the lead.
96. Adrian Ukar, 96.
Gets himself down to a checkout. But Adrian Gray's been the sharpest shooter of the day. Won't be the easiest start for him, this.
Game
But he's managed to find a portion of the bed that is available and breaks straight away.
Second leg, Adrian to throw first.
Adrian Gray's always been quite a confident character, but there's certainly a spring in his step now.
$100.
Lovely start for Gwyn, but
100.
can't build on it. He is going to be at least in second place, whatever happens. You've got to be happy with that, haven't you?
Absolutely, especially when you're here on debut. But Adrian Gray just, if you didn't know better, you'd think he's got springs in his shoes. He's a bit like Zebedee now, just bouncing around that stage.
133.
Remember that film Flubber?
I mean, I've heard of it. I'm not sure it's one
100.
that's etched in my memory.
$58. Adrian Ukar, 121. $38.
A little bit of hope here now for Jacob Gwyn that he can get himself back into this one.
$123. Adrian Ukar, 83.
Can that hope be extinguished here? 16. Oh, even better. Even better. For double nine.
65. Jacob Ukar,
Could not
87.
be managed. Similar scenario for Gwyn. $20. Even better. Even better for double five.
82.
And that can't be managed
Adrian
either.
Ukar, 18.
Going straight for the double nine, not opting for the split.
Game
He
shot
gets the
second
hit.
leg. Adrian Gray.
Confirms the breaker throw he got in the opening leg, doubles his lead, and he's just a couple of legs
Third leg,
away now
Jacob to
from the
throw
perfect
first. Game
day.
on. $60.
The man nicknamed the Conqueror was a
140.
very rare club. Getting a victory over Phil Taylor back in his prime. Not many people have that membership card.
140.
Adrian Gray achieving that in the World Grand Prix, the double start, double finish.
$60.
maybe you'd have enjoyed last week, the double trouble week.
83.
Would have been a fitting player to have in that. Manfred Bilderler did for Phil Taylor at the World Seniors Championship. A little bit of a shock to
40.
some. Denying Chris Mason the meeting with the power.
$45.
Well, we are on a trip down memory lane. It wouldn't be right of me, would it, to let the 29th of February pass without looking at this darting day in history.
140.
And I'm going to do that in the next leg, because this one could be over when Gray returns to the hockey.
Can't imagine there'll be too many things on this darting day, being the 29th of February.
97. Adrian Carr, 121.
The ball.
Game shot on the third leg. Adrian Gray.
We mentioned about Adam Mould not making
Ball flag Adrian
things
to throw first.
come
Game on.
easy. Well, it's all just coming the way at the moment of Adrian Gray. His second 1-2-1
16.
finish of the day. A different way this time. Last time it was done on the double five of all things.
58.
I might have to overpromise and underdeliver here, because my information device is doing what's known as buffering. Maybe nothing ever has happened on this
60.
starting date. Nothing at all.
Well, one thing that could happen is Adrian Gray going through the card on a Group C campaign. He's just a leg away from that right now.
46.
And he's motoring towards the finishing line. Jacob Gwyn not able to offer too much resistance at the moment.
55.
So one game to go. And it's Lisa Ashton against Jamie Kelling. Both have 2 points at the foot of the field. Whoever loses that match will finish the day there.
81.
It looks like Gray on 10, Gwyn on 6, Mould and Verbrugghe on 4. The winner of that on 4, the loser of it on 2.
96. $58.
Has he just built up that cloak of invincibility as the day's gone on?
We can see it in his whole demeanour as the day's gone on, and he's just got
60.
more and more confident in what he's doing. He's become more expectant of himself, and he's answering all those questions.
3 of his wins have been 4-3.
140.
We did see him getting
Adrian Carr,
unsettled in that game
170.
against Jamie Kelling earlier, but none of that here. Just a dominant display.
$58. Jacob Ricard, 118. $71. Adrian Ricard, 112.
The chance to get the job done. Won't be able to do it after the first start, so he's going to have
40.
to survive.
Jacob Ricard, 47.
A chance here from Jacob Gwyn if he wants to get the job done 4-0.
The dart of a man who's had a long day. He wants the day to be longer.
Game shot on the
And it
fourth
will
leg.
be.
Jacob Gwyn.
He will not suffer the 4-0 whitewash on his first day here at the MODUS Super Series.
Fifth leg, Jacob to throw
Gwyn
first.
breaks
Game
Gray,
on.
keeps himself in with an outside chance.
$100.
Beautiful dart there in the bottom of the treble.
140.
If he could put a dart in the board by hand, he would be looking at that bottom wire with that nice flat entry.
44. $100. $60. $140.
Beautiful leg from Adrian Gray. We'll be expecting to get an opportunity to get the match won here in this one. He may have a sizable amount of time on his hands.
121.
Treble 17 first. Treble 18 next. Goes next door.
38.
Might be a good job that he's got a little bit of time on his hands here.
$57. Adrian Lucar, 83.
Yeah, lovely stuff to complete a perfect day.
$51.
And still has plenty of time. Gwyn still not on a finish. Hasn't really laid a glove on him in this game.
Soft tip that Adrian Gray plays quite a lot. They do have a master out rule, so
100.
Jacob
Adrian
Gwyn would have been able to have hit the
52.
180 to win the game, but not in this version of the game.
No score. Jacob Lucar, 80.
Well, he's run the marathon. He's got to the winning line, but stopped for a refreshment before crossing it. And the person in second place is suddenly appearing round the last bend, but Jacob
30.
is driving
Adrian Lucar,
himself
52.
crackers here.
Game show.
And it
of the
is a
match,
great
Adrian Gray.
day at the MODUS Super Series. A 4-1 win for Adrian Gray means that he does indeed reach a perfect 10. 5 wins, 10 points, and he is top of the table and looking very good for back-to-back finals night appearances. Coming next, the final game features the bottom two. Lisa Ashton takes on Jamie Kelling. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the man of the moment, Adrian Gray, is alongside me. Adrian, 5 wins from 5. Could not go any better in terms of results.
No, results have been good. Got away with it. I know I did. I know I got away with some games. You know, a few 4-3s, missing doubles, people capitalising. Just dug deep and just tried to hang in there. And yeah, 5 from 5 is. Yeah, I'm happy with that.
Yeah, obviously in comms, myself and Matthew Edgar are watching sort of body language and stuff. You never really look like a guy who's winning all of your games. You are a bit of a perfectionist up there, aren't you?
Well, I'm just if it feels good, I'm happy. And when it's not feeling good, that's when I get like frustrated with myself. I mean, I am looking for perfection. I mean, everyone's looking for perfection. I'm taking the wins, but yeah, I am looking for perfection. So I do get frustrated when it doesn't go quite my way.
This group, though, it's a decent group. A couple of players that have won weeks before. So for you to be in this position going into tomorrow is a very, very healthy position to be in.
Yeah, healthy position, but like I said, I've got away with a few games. I know Jamie and Adam, you know, both 4-3s. I knew they were going to be tough games, and probably that's the reason why it ended up becoming tough, because I knew it was going to be tough. I probably talked myself into it, but you know, I'm getting the results that I needed, and so I'm happy with that.
Last time you were here, semi-finalists as well. Do you feel you've got a little bit of a score to settle to make that extra step this time around?
I mean, I want to do better, obviously, but darts is darts, and it's all on the. We used to say it's on the day, but you're playing so many times a day. It's literally on that game. So, you know, if everything goes right, then yeah, I would like to do at least one better.
And today has been your day. What are the thoughts then on tomorrow? Totally different position now. You're the leader, quite a long way ahead, the player to catch, but that brings its own pressure as well, doesn't it?
Yeah, of course it does. I mean, to be honest, I've seen a few people win 5 in the first day and then lose all 5 and not make it through. So I know I've got something to do tomorrow, so that's all I want to do. Just make sure I get the job done and be here for Saturday.
Well, I hope you do. Well done today. Thanks for talking to us. I'll hand you back to Matthew Edgar for the final match. Lisa Ashton about to take on Jamie Kelling.
Thank you, Murph. The 2 players sat at the bottom of the table right now. Jamie Kelling and Lisa Ashton propping it up in positions 5 and 6. You'd say that the player who doesn't come out on top in this fixture would pretty much have ran their race in regards to a qualifying place for Saturday night. But Jamie Kelling, his day started perfectly, 103.5 average in the opener.
Through first. Game on.
And then he's been dwelling in the low 80s and the late 70s for the rest of the day. Lisa Ashton, it's been the complete
60.
opposite story. Her best performance came in her last match when she managed to pick up a victory against Timothy Verbrugghe.
78.
At the second time she has registered a victory over Timothy. He is the only player
95.
so far that Lisa has been able to beat this week. She beat him on Monday in their last
100.
fixture. But she would like to leave here with back-to-back victories. A victory over the group favourite here in Jamie Kelling.
100.
A victory that would put her just 2 points away from a qualifying place.
140.
This fixture will be the opening fixture tomorrow. So if a player here can do the double, win the last game today,
140.
beat the same player in the opening game tomorrow, they will be right back in the mix. Looking at chasing down
57.
Jacob Gwyn,
83.
who sat in second place on 6 points. 16 leads the ball. To break the throw of
58.
Lisa Ashton won't go.
104.
So Ashton, an opportunity to defend the darts.
31. Jim Car 25. Game shot on the
Well,
first
that was the
leg.
problem
Jamie
for
Kelling.
Jamie Kelling in that last game. 15 missed starts at the double, and that's
Second
what
leg,
cost
Jamie
him the
the third
victory
first.
against
Game
Jacob
on.
Gwyn. But no problems here on the outer ring against Lisa Ashton. And straight back into the treble 20, finding his 9th 180 of the day. That was a real feature of the opening game, that
45.
big 103 performance. So maybe he's going to bookend his day with a couple of big performances.
Yeah, he really did start with a stellar showing.
140.
Can he end in the same vein and not only just pick up those couple more points, but maybe just send a signal to the rest of the field
100.
going into tomorrow? If he does that twice, that kind of level, then it starts to make people stand up and take note. Give him a certain fear factor
100.
in Friday's play. Don't forget, this is not the end of Thursday's play. Group B gets underway 10 p.m. tonight here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel.
45. Germany car 81.
The best thing you can do to
41.
make sure you don't forget is subscribe. This group is going to be very interesting in the way it
59.
reaches its climax
Junior car
tomorrow
40.
back at 1 in the afternoon UK time. And that's a long way off. That's very close.
20.
But none of them are in. Been a lot of missed doubles in this group, hasn't there? Even Adrian Gray has won all his games. That was so many legs he's sort of dominated, but then missed a few doubles
25.
towards the
Germany
end.
car 20.
That's why he probably felt a little bit fortunate at times that he managed to get
Being
that
shown on the
second
second
or
leg,
third
Jamie Kelling.
opportunity at times. But Jamie Kelling almost having a second wind here
leg
in
leads
this.
to
If
the
he
third
is to get
first.
the victory
Game on.
over Lisa Ashton, he will put himself back into contention for qualification.
Gave me a little nugget
45.
actually off air, Adrian Gray, that in his ADC qualifier to get to this event, he actually beat both Adam Mould and Jamie Kelling, and then they both ended up being in the same group as him when he got here. A mix of qualifiers and invitations at the Super Series.
100.
If you do think you can
140.
mix it at MODUS, head to the ADC website, book yourself in to a qualifier, give it a go, who
85.
knows? I do still maintain, I think there must be loads of dart players out there that could emerge
100.
from nowhere, have never really taken the game seriously. And I'm not talking teenage sensations like Luke Littlers. I think we could get one of those in the seniors, for example.
57.
Absolutely. There's always that player in the local area that just either didn't want to travel or didn't have the funds to be able to travel.
121.
Talk about like Johnny Barnes, that we'll see tonight, only been playing darts for a couple of years. How good might he get in, say, 5 years, 10 years? Might only be a short career, but who
55.
knows
Germany car 83.
what could be achieved. Kelling's now got 6 darts from 83.
It's almost like now with the
43.
different platforms that are available in darts that the story and the journey or the route of which a person may find inspiration might not come from the more traditional story.
139. Germany car 40.
Absolutely. Plenty of stories in this sport.
Shot on the third leg. Jamie Kelling.
Strange story for Jamie Kelling today. It looks like a magnificent start and a magnificent finish and a
Fourth leg, Jamie to
real
drill
mess in the
first.
middle.
Game on.
Did very surprised there, I think, because hitting a double with a first dart.
96.
Well, 3-zip. And it will leave Lisa Ashton languished at the foot of the table.
82.
In fact, if Kelling wins this leg, he'll climb up to 4th, repairing some of the leg difference damage as well.
180.
A mighty fine way to leave the stage. But I think this is going to make him leave even more frustrated because he'll be
59.
wondering what happened in the middle part of the day.
It was interesting to hear that Gray was fully aware that
86.
players have won all 5 matches on a Thursday and lost all 5 on a Friday. Also means he knows that players that maybe struggled on the Thursday could do the opposite and go through the card. Maybe
80.
somebody else will tomorrow.
Car 139.
Refer to that as the Scott Walters effect, don't we?
Well, this could be over. Signal 17 will tee up tops.
99.
And in no time at all, Jamie Kelling bookended his day with 2 fantastic performances.
83. Junior car 40.
So then, for the win, double top, Kelling
Being shown in the match,
completes
Jamie Kelling.
the whitewash. A stunning showing to end the day. He started like this, 103 average in his opener and a 97 average in his final game, winning both of those but losing the 3 in the middle. Kelling defeats Ashton 4-0, but it has been Gray's day here at the MODUS Super Series, and Matthew and I will summarise all the action in exactly 90 seconds. Time to summarise the action then on an interesting day starting off Group C here at the MODUS Super Series. Matthew Eggersby watching it alongside me and Adrian Gray. Well, he might not have swept the field aside, but the position could not be more perfect.
Oh, he's absolutely got in a group where everyone's been beating everybody and it's got really tight for the rest of them. He's just kept himself completely out of the way of it. And that's exactly what you want to do. Don't get drawn into the drama, don't get embroiled with it. He said in his interview with yourself that he felt maybe got a bit fortunate at times, but I feel that was everybody. Everybody had chance today. Everybody could have been in the position Adrian Gray was. It's just he took the moments every time they presented themselves.
Let's just recap the results then from the 15 matches today, and this is what happened. Well, the first 3 really set the tone, all 4-3, with Gwyn, Gray and Kelling winning. That one from Kelling, 103 average, went on to have a very good performance in the match we've just seen against Lisa Ashton, but what happened to him in the middle?
He's going to be so frustrated with that. He started off so well, maybe started too well, because maybe that set a tone or an expectation, maybe an unrealistic expectation that was how the day was going to go. But leaving with that last performance, he can take it 2 ways. He can either go, right, okay, I've left, I'm still in the mix, I've still got contention, but the way he walked off that stage, it was almost like, why now? Why didn't I do that throughout the day? I could have been the player leaving here 5 from 5 instead of Adrian Gray. There's work to be done now tomorrow, but he's in a position that he can actually do it. So when he gets home and he takes a bit of stock and he reflects on this, I think he'll be quite positive.
Speaking of frustrated players, Gray himself said at times he felt that it was a little bit ropey. He wasn't quite on it with all his performances, so he knows that he's kind of ridden his luck a little bit.
You get that when you've got a group like this where there is no favourite, essentially, where everyone's sort of a very similar standard or similar ability, and there's no one to sort of shoot at or aim at. And then he's naturally become that now because of the league table and the position. So I just think this is a group of people that all wanted to play the underdog card and all wanted to be sort of think somebody else was the person to beat. And well, now that is Adrian Gray.
Yeah, did do some tidy stuff as well, particularly 1-2-1 checkout. We saw him leave it quite a few times. And he goes this treble 17 route, going for that target first, which is quite rare, but it seems to work for him.
It's different, and maybe that's something that's come off the fact of the soft tip that he plays. One of the things with steel and soft tip is there are different routes that people will go, or they'll try and incorporate the bullseye on different occasions. And obviously just something he's picked up from his travels and something that's stuck with him. We've all got these little quirks and different characteristics throughout our game, and that's clearly something that he does on a regular basis, because he's took that out twice today and he's gone that way on multiple occasions.
Checkout of the day for me, probably actually Timothy Verbrugghe, who produced a stunning 94 skin saver checkout against Jacob Gwyn early on.
You actually asked the question as well, does he go aggressive, does he go safe? He kind of went aggressive, then ultra aggressive, going for the smallest target on the board, the bullseye, to leave himself on tops. So it was kind of the super aggressive way, and I think probably one of my favourite checkouts as well. I'm going to go with that with you.
Yeah, decent debut week for him. What have you made of Jacob Gwyn though on his debut day?
Needs to get off his own back a little bit. He didn't look settled. He did in game one, absolutely look focused, and I even picked up on that in game one. So I really like the fact he's not reactive, then just lived and breathed every single dart. Every time he missed, he was getting on his back and he was sort of beating himself down to the point where you're going to give confidence to your opponents, but at the same time, no one's ever sort of got on their own back and then all of a sudden going to hit a 9-darter. It just doesn't happen. So he needs to find a way to get comfortable on that stage and just allow it to naturally come through.
Yeah, because it hasn't been a bad day in terms of the results and the position in the league table, which we can show you now. Jacob Gwyn sits in second. If it ends like this, if these results are repeated tomorrow, he's going to be at finals night.
On debut as well, which would be fantastic and a good step for him, and following in the footsteps of Tom Sykes, someone that is sort of drawing a bit of inspiration from here as well. So absolutely should look back at that table and go, right, okay, I went at my best today. We know he's better than what he's shown here. We don't need to see that. We've seen enough here. This is just about qualifying. You don't have to come here and hit a 9-darter every leg. Adrian Gray touched on it in his interview. He says, you're looking for perfection. And I do feel that's something we've seen from Jacob Gwyn. He's wanted perfection, not results.
And is everyone else now forgetting about Gray? Is it now Jacob Gwyn for those 3 players on 4 points, and even Lisa Ashton on 2, targeting tomorrow?
You've always got to target the most realistic option and the option that's nearest in front of you. So absolutely, Jacob Gwyn, they're going to want to see him lose that opening game tomorrow and open it wide up. Adrian Gray's not done yet. He can still get drawn into this. We've seen it on multiple occasions in the past, and I'm sure we're going to see it again. He doesn't want us to be sat here in a couple of weeks' time going, remember when Adrian Gray was in this position a couple of weeks ago and let it slip? So, but he's far too experienced. He'll know 3 wins tomorrow will confirm it. 2 will put him in a very, very good chance.
Yeah, and he knows it as well. Matt, thank you for your input this afternoon. We'll see you tonight, and we hope to see you tonight as well as Group B gets underway here at the MODUS Super Series. All the action starts at 10 p.m, and there are some Mavericks at MODUS tonight. Don't miss it.